friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be asking the question, why did you meet the person that you are currently inquiring about? So this doesn't have to be a person that you have a romantic connection to. This can be any sort of connection you want to ask about. I'm leaving things open to just see what comes through. But before we get into it, I quickly just wanted to thank everyone who sent me love and healing and kind words while I was recovering. That just means so much to me, the love that you guys give me, and I just really wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for just how kind and supportive and patient you guys are with me. So thank you so much. But let's go ahead and get into the 4 different piles now. Starting with pile 1, we have the Ember and Aura Tarot, as well as this Rhodonite Lotus. And then for pile 2, we are going to be using the Crow Tarot, and we have this golden healer stone on top. And then for pile 3, we have the Affirmators Tarot, as well as this Ametrine Rose. And then finally for pile 4, we have the Apparition Tarot, as well as this green Moonstone. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. It's quite possible you could be asking about multiple people, or you might need to check out one pile and see if that resonates. But just know you can be asking about a person from your past or present. You could be also asking about someone from the future, but it might not make much sense if you don't know who they are yet. So you may want to save this video just in case you feel like there might be someone coming in the future that you might be curious about. But once you've picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the comment section or the description box, where I will have all the timestamps for each pile listed below. And then once you have picked your piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rhodonite Lotus in the Ember and Aura Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why did you meet this person. So we're going to use the tarot a bit later to go deeper, but first, to make sure that you guys found the right pile and this is going to resonate, we are going to be doing an energy check. And with that energy check, we're going to be doing a person A, person B format. So you might resonate with hopefully one side, but you might resonate with both. And if that's the case, that's absolutely okay. If you're out here like, I'm person A, B, that's often indicative of mirroring, or just the fact that there are similar lessons that you and this person are learning, or something like that. But if it doesn't resonate, please don't try to force it. You can try a different pile or try a different video, but I kindly ask that if it does not resonate, please don't take it out on the messenger. Not every reading is going to resonate, and that's okay. But we're going to go ahead and start now by looking at person A and their energy in this connection and in general. So to start with person A, we have the Threshold, we have the Camel, and we have the Uncreated. I came up with a way to put these and then I forgot what I did. So anyway, and then for person B, we have the Judge in reverse, we have the Raccoon, and we have, I always forget how to say this word, antimony or antimony. I think it's antimony, but you know, for some reason, I just have this magical skill when it comes to reading cards where I cannot guess what things are accurately if people are watching me. Wish I knew why, but I don't. So let's go ahead and start with person A's energy in this connection. We do have fire energy here, so person A could be an Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, or have those placements, though they certainly don't have to. But the biggest thing that I would say about person A is that either when they were involved in this connection, or if this is a present connection, whatever type of connection that may be. I did say this in the intro, by the way, but this doesn't have to be a romantic connection. This can be any sort of connection. Anyway, person A is remarkably resilient, and as I say that, I want to stress that that's not necessarily a compliment, because I mean, resilience is an amazing thing, but one thing that I can tell about person A is that their resilience can actually be something that hinders them, because I think that person A has just a really high tolerance for pain and suffering, in the sense that I think that it can be very easy for person A to be focused on what's best for others, or what's best for anyone but them, kind of. I feel like with person A's energy, the vibe that I'm getting is that they can almost get so used to their own struggles and difficulties that they can forget that there are ways to make things easier, that there are ways to change things if we don't like what's happening. I feel like person A, or the camel person, I guess we can call them that, there's somebody who, you know, doesn't like to cause problems, and I think that they might view their basic needs or desires at times as problems, which, if you're person A, I need to tell you that that's not the case. But the beautiful thing that I'm seeing about person A is that they are realizing, or they have already realized, that this resilience is not benefiting them, in the sense that I feel like person A has realized that there are ways to make their life and their experiences easier. And I think that it's almost like person A is kind of stepping into the light, because you even see, you know, the camel's looking at the threshold card, and the threshold card is all about walking into something new. I'm hearing right now Bob Dylan's song Standing in the Doorway, which I think is really apt for this person, because I think what they are realizing is that just because they are very strong and just because they are very resilient doesn't mean they need to carry that, and that doesn't mean that they need to uphold that reputation and uphold that standard for themselves. I think that they're realizing that they can't continue to set themselves on fire to keep others warm. I do feel like person A is someone who is likely an old soul, or someone who, you know, learned how to push away their own needs and desires in order to appease the people around them and feel safe. And so I feel like in person A's case, they are recognizing that there is so much within them, and that there's so much they have yet to experience. And I think one big thing that they have realized is that it's time to put themselves first. It's time to put their journey first, their life first. And I think that person A, the camel person, is definitely more focused right now, or at least, or because of this connection, focused on the changes that they need to make in order to live a life that is more aligned with the person they're becoming. I think that they are starting to realize about how they may have exacerbated their own challenges or suffering because they just weren't aware at the time that there was an alternate way of doing things, or a different way of looking at a situation. I think that person A is so good at suppressing their own needs, suppressing their emotions too, and suppressing the desires of their heart, that I think that they forgot how important it is to listen to it. And so within this connection, I feel like person A is showing up as someone who is full of potential, but there's a lot of, like, I don't know if I would call it uncertainty in this connection, or just there's this feeling where it seems like person A is showing up in this connection, considering we have the uncreated card. It's like person A either is avoiding person B because they're not necessarily sure. Like, if this is a long-standing connection, I feel like it's possible that person A may have some discomfort around telling person B the changes that they're experiencing, or maybe the things they want to do, or the desires they have to create. I definitely think one thing that connects these two individuals is the fact that there is a bond over creativity or a creative element to this connection. And I think in the Camel's case, I think that they are realizing that they have left their desires and passions on the back burner for far too long. And I think that the Camel person is realizing, like, no, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't continue to be this pillar for everyone else and not for myself. I think that this Camel person is realizing that this resilience would be channeled much better in different ways. So an example of that would be, you know, if the Camel, for example, wants to write a book, I think that the Camel's resilience would be a really great quality to have there, because the Camel's not going to give up on their passion for this book. You know, I feel like this is a person that will keep sending their manuscript out to publishers, and, you know, they're not going to give up. And if they have to self-publish it, that's what they have to do. I feel like the person A is realizing that I'm just repeating myself, but I think there's a reason why I'm repeating myself. I think person A has told themselves many times, like, okay, no more. I have to start honoring what I feel inside. I need to change. And then they see the steps needed to make those changes. And then there's a little bit of hesitancy. And then there's a little bit of like, oh, I don't know. And I think it's really easy for the Camel person to fall back into old habits and patterns. And for whatever reason, we'll get into it, but the Camel person is recognizing that there really does need to be a stronger shift here, where they are honoring themselves more and honoring their needs, their desires, the whispers of their soul, not the loud and demanding needs of other people. But I also think that this Camel person is a bit apprehensive to share what they are recognizing or what they want to do, because I think there's a deep awareness that their environment may not be the most supportive. And it could be quite possible maybe person A or the Camel person is moving or going to a different, or trying to change their environment in some way. One thing I do feel like person A and person B share is a negative environment. And I think that the Camel person is much more self-aware than person B, the raccoon person. So I want to start talking about person B now, and then we'll start going into the connection itself and more about that. So person B is in an interesting energy, because person B, I think, definitely looks up to person A, this raccoon. I definitely think the raccoon looks up to the Camel. And I definitely think that person B is someone who is afraid to look at themselves and afraid to look at their shadow, quite frankly, because they are fiercely critical of themselves. So there's something about person A that makes person B feel more free to be, rather than to put up some sort of front. What is this hair about? This looks like a Santa's pube. What the fuck is that? Anyway, ew, get away. No Santa pubes on the table, please. I don't know what that hair is from, but anyway, can y'all tell I've been sick? It's been a second since I've sat down and read. Thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for being resilient with me. Anyway, person B is definitely someone who's very, very critical of themselves and others. And I think one thing that I can really tell about person B is that they are very restrained and very suppressed. And it could be their environment that contributes to that suppression, but nobody critiques themselves harder than person B. Person B critiques themselves harder than anyone else around them does. Person B is actually really, really afraid of getting any sort of critique from people because they're already constantly putting themselves down. And I do think that this antimony energy, especially within this connection, may show that person B may get triggered by person A, and person A might not understand why. And I think it's because person B sees person A as, one, stronger than them, but also I think that person B is maybe unaware of how they resonate with certain qualities that person A has. And I think especially the quality that they are resonating with in person A is person A's realization that, you know, they need to go their own way. They need to do what is best for them and what honors them. I think actually if there's one thing that both parties here really can relate to is the idea of needing to people please or needing to act or behave in a certain way in order to survive in your environment. And I think that the intensity of both people's experiences, life experiences, have affected each of them in different ways. And I think for person A, it's given them this uncanny ability to metaphorically or maybe literally walk through some of the driest deserts and most difficult situations and still come to their own oasis. Whereas I feel like the raccoon person, rather than pushing through and kind of enduring things, I think that they kind of choose to hide and run away. And that's not to say that either response is better or worse. It's just that these two respond very differently to challenges and struggles. And in terms of person B, I would definitely say they're less aware of their own shadow. And we can really see that here with all of like the grays and, you know, the blacks and whites. And I think that's one thing too, is that person B, I do think, looks at things with a more black and white perspective, that things are either this way or that way. And it's quite possible that they grew up in a really, really critical environment. And I think as a result, person B has a really hard time understanding who they are, or even knowing where they would start with expressing themselves or exploring their desires, because I feel like they have been put down and shamed and kind of been almost, I don't want to say forced, but in some way it seems like person B has had to suppress a lot of their natural instincts, and as a result I think it's made them kind of bitter and really outwardly critical of others and of the state of the world and of pretty much everything. And that's kind of person B's way of coping. Like person A kind of has more of a keep calm, carry on kind of energy, no matter how crazy things are around them. Whereas the raccoon person is like, if I can't control my environment, I will either, it's kind of like a fight or flight thing with person B, where they either run from their environment or hide in their environment, or this kind of feral raccoon energy can come out. And I don't want to call someone feral. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to person B. I don't mean it in like a, I think person B is very self-destructive. I think a lot of their inner wildness doesn't have a healthy outlet. And I think that they suppress a lot of emotion and they judge themselves for having emotions. And so as a result, I think that their emotions can come out in very destructive ways. And I do think that person B is very self-destructive. And I think that in that case, you know, person B might be guilty of self-sabotaging connections or taking things really personally and maybe almost punishing themselves for things that are just natural human experiences, like, you know, not connecting with someone on a deeper level, or, you know, having friendships come and go. It's like, I just feel like person B is so judgmental of themselves that, and they may not even realize that, but it is expressed in their outward criticism of everyone and everything around them. And I think what's really sad, that I hope that person B will be able to see at some point, is that, you know, this person that they have become and the attitudes that they have are just a culmination of the experiences that they've had, and it's kind of the person that they've had to become in order to feel safe and survive in their environment. And I think in the case of this connection between person A and person B, I think that person B, the raccoon, sees a lot of strength and potential in person A. And I think that that leaves more insecurity in person B, because I feel like they see person A as not needing them. And not only that, I think they see a lot of the beautiful things in person A that person A doesn't see. But I feel like in person B's, or the raccoon's case, rather than cultivating those qualities that they admire in person A, it kind of seems like they're at this place, at least right now, or in the past, where they may have judged, shamed, and ridiculed person A for those qualities, instead of looking within and wondering why those qualities were triggering person B like that. So I think for them, they almost behave a little unhinged around person A, maybe because they know they can either get away with it, or they may not even know why person A gives them such an extreme reaction. But I have a lot of compassion for person B. You don't have to, if you're person A, but because depending on what kind of situation this is, like, there could have been some really harsh words said, or some really painful experiences for some of you. For others, that may not be the case, but the vibe that I'm getting is it does seem like person A has kind of turned themselves away from this connection, because I think that, and it's not necessarily because they're angry at person B, or they don't want anything to do with person B. I think that it's just that they're much more focused on their own journey right now and what they're trying to cultivate and create. And it's quite possible that person B could take that distance a little personally and lash out at person A. And I feel like they almost feel safe to do that because person A has always been someone who either took it or didn't take it too seriously. And just, I feel like person A is pretty self-aware that person B has, you know, their own things that they're working through, and that it's not as personal. And I think the only reason person A knows that is because they have been doing a lot of that inner work and recognizing that it's not as personal as it may feel. But in person B's case, I can definitely tell that, at least within this connection, it triggers a lot of insecurities within them and a lot of feelings of unworthiness. And I think what person B does not recognize, or hasn't recognized in the past, is that there's so many wonderful qualities within person B that they refuse to cultivate, or they're afraid to cultivate because they're afraid of being judged, they're afraid of being shamed. And so instead of kind of facing those fears, it kind of seems like they're stuck in kind of a habitual loop of projecting, you know, their own inner stuff outwards. And I think that in their case, and at least in this connection, it's like this connection the connection itself triggers person A to realize, wait a second, why am I investing all this energy into other people when I've got a wealth of things within me to explore and cultivate? And for person B, it's like they're triggered by the pedestal that they put person A on. And I think that they don't value themselves enough to recognize that they have so many wonderful qualities that they could cultivate within in themselves too. Like, the bottom line here is, like, before we go deeper into this, is that it really does feel like the raccoon is really triggered by the camel's ability, or newfound ability, to start honoring their truth, even if other people don't like it, even if that means that they need to set firmer boundaries or something like that. It definitely seems like the raccoon person is yearning for that same freedom to be who they want to be and not who they feel they need to be in order to accept themselves. Because I do think that they have a very harsh attitude towards themselves, and they're very, very judgmental towards themselves. So it's like person B feels like they can't explore themselves because they don't want to be judged by themselves. Like, they don't want to look that deeply. And so I think in turn it's creating this outward energy. So let's go ahead and go a bit deeper. So I want to see for person A what lesson they are learning within this connection, and the same for person B, or we're meant to learn if this is a past connection. So for person A, we have reason, and for person B, we have Mars, Aries energy. Okay, so, and I forgot to mention, by the way, a person B could be an earth sign, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, or have those placements. I do feel like one thing that person B is learning within this connection, or is meant to learn within this connection, is how to use their fierceness and their intense energies for something productive rather than destructive. Because I feel like person B does not recognize how powerful they are, and I think they don't realize how powerful their own viewpoints and opinions of themselves and opinions of the world are, because it's almost like person B can be their own best friend or their own worst enemy, and it kind of seems like they've always kind of geared towards this their own worst enemy kind of energy. And I think that that is something that person B wants to be different, or wishes could be different. And it's quite possible that this connection is meant to teach person B that, you know, their masculine energy, you know, their ability to assert themselves in the world is a strength. And in fact, you know, judgment is something that none of us can ever really be free from. I mean, people make judgments all the time, but really what matters is your opinion of yourself, and the recognition that even if other people do have a problem with who you want to be, or the person that you're trying to become, that's not a reflection of you, but them, if that makes sense. But let's go deeper into person A. So person A's lesson in all of this is really about knowing what's worth it, and being discerning about certain bonds, and learning how to be solid and light at the same time. Let me use an example. I have some amber over here. Let me grab it. And if you've never held amber before, it's remarkably light. And, you know, obviously it holds on to things. It's an incredibly strong substance for how light it is, but it's also transparent. And I think that person A has a really hard time being honest about how people affect them, even with themselves. I think that that's one thing that both parties here struggle with, is the fact that they struggle to be honest with themselves and to they struggle to be honest with themselves. Sorry, I don't know why my brain just short-circuited, but in the camel's case, I definitely think that they can be prone to holding on to things longer than when it serves them. And I think the camel person is learning how to have this strong foundation, but also be changeable enough to where they can let go of habits, they can let go of beliefs, let go of opinions that no longer serve them. And not only that, you know, they can lighten their load. You know, camels obviously are known for carrying a lot on their backs. And I think a big thing that the camel is meant to learn from this connection is what burdens are actually theirs to carry and what aren't. And when is it time to be honest, and how can they be honest but also kind? Not only that, I think the camel person is meant to learn through this connection, you know, the difference between holding on and letting go and what is going to benefit them in that moment. And also, you know, being able to hold firm in what they believe and what they stand for and their boundaries as well, but also not carry the weight and judgments and opinions of others, to not carry other people's burdens for them, to not carry other people's problems. And I think that as a result, you know, person A is going through this beautiful transformation, or if this connection is not in their life anymore and they've already learned this lesson, person A definitely is meant to learn through this connection that it's not their job to keep everything together all the time, and that they don't need to be the strong one or the one that's carrying everything for everyone else, and always, you know, taking the high road and accepting poor treatment if it's not accepting poor treatment, period. Because with the raccoon person, I'm definitely very curious to know what happened here. I'm being nosy, but if this is still an ongoing connection, I mean, I guess what's happening is still unfolding. But for person B, I think their big lesson in this connection is understanding the weight and gravity of their actions, whether that's good or bad. I feel like, as with any and everyone, there's always the potential to go one way or another. And I think for some person Bs, they have had to unfortunately learn how their actions can destruct something that matters to them, or how their actions or their limiting beliefs or their perceptions can create destruction not only in their life but in the lives of others as well. I do think that person B is meant to realize how destructive they can be towards themselves, and how when they change their mindset around their worth and their divine right to honor what is true to them on the inside, you know, they could actually stand for something really powerful and stand for their own truth and stand up for themselves and not be afraid to be seen in a very powerful way. Where I think this connection was meant to help inspire them to realize that when they do stand up for what they believe in, they can be very powerful, and their will in general is a very powerful thing. But it's important to be careful about how that is expressed, because I do think that person B, depending on how healthy their mindset is and just where they're at in life, they might either have to learn the hard way that their actions can, God, I just heard in my head, when will you learn that your actions have consequences? But it's like, when are they, what's going to get them to realize that, this destructiveness towards themselves, towards the people that they care about, is only making them sadder, holding them back. The Judge is a very important card, and when upright, obviously it's a lot healthier. It's discerning, it's aware, it's wise, and also, it sets boundaries, and it stands firm in things. But right now it's like person B is coming from a more distorted place, and I think that person A is recognizing their distortions and taking steps to change that, whereas person B is triggered by person A's journey, growth, and progress, and it can either inspire them to take positive action in their life or the exact opposite. So this final card before we get into the tarot is going to explain the true purpose, why you both were meant to meet each other and be in one another's lives. And in this case, we have against nature. So the biggest thing that I'm seeing here is that one theme that both individuals in this connection share is that they suppress their natural nature in order to feel safe in their environment, in order to appease others, in order to go along to get along. And I think one thing that, or not one thing, but the big lesson here, and the real reason why these two were meant to meet each other and meant to be in a connection of whatever kind, is to realize that it is a futile thing to try and go against the natural flow and the natural order of things. I think one distortion that person A is meant to realize is that they're not God, and they are not meant to carry the burdens of the entire world on their shoulders, and that in fact it's carrying those burdens and carrying the expectations and the shame of other people that inhibits their ability to follow their truth and what's right to them. Whereas for person B, they almost try to assert their will in ways that go against what's beneficial for them and what's beneficial for person A as well. It's almost like person B, a lesson that they need to learn is that, as much as they may want to, trying to control an outcome or control a situation or control another person even, just leads to destruction and leads to tower moments, because it's literally like they're trying to build foundations on shaky ground, essentially. I think one thing that the big lesson that both parties here are meant to learn is to honor their flow, to honor what's right for them, even if it's difficult to be honest about that, or even if it requires honest self-reflection and taking action or making changes that are scary or weird or are typically something that they would never attempt. But I think in the Camel's case, the biggest thing that they're meant to realize is that, you know, life doesn't have to be as hard as they've been willing to endure it as, and that, you know, they can take more action to, you know, eliminate some of the unnecessary challenges that they've been allowing because they've just been kind of grinning and bearing it. Like, I'm hearing Let It Go, the Frozen song, like conceal, don't feel. And I think that this camel person is learning to kind of unleash, you know, their inner passion, that their desires for their life, you know, their creative desires, everything that they want to achieve. I think they're realizing they have to follow their passions and follow their truth. And if they continue to stay in the darkness with other people, they're just delaying their own path and delaying their own desires and creating more unnecessary harm. Whereas for the raccoon, I think what they're realizing is they can't control what other people do. They can't control what other people think. And that if they live in this prison of their own judgments and the fear of judgment from others and the fear of living their truth, they're going to stay deeply unsatisfied and may, you know, create a lot of harm and destruction, not only towards themselves but towards others, that could create irreparable damage if they're not aware of that. So I think overall this connection is all about helping these two realize that it's so important to honor what your truth is and what the path that feels right in both of their hearts, and what will make them feel inspired, what will make them feel good. And I think that is one thing that both parties share here. Like, I just heard trauma bond, so it's quite possible that there could have been some sort of trauma bond here. But it's almost like, you know, person A is kind of reaching this point, or has already reached some point where, you know, they're ready to follow their flow. They're ready to follow what is natural. And I think what they're realizing is the more that they follow what feels right to them, the easier life is getting. And I think for the raccoon person, I think they almost look at person A and you know, almost want to take whatever they're doing for themselves. But what they're realizing is that they've got a wealth of resources within them, and instead of trying to control someone else or control a situation or destroy something, recognizing that there's a lot of qualities that can be built upon, and positive inspired action can create a lot of growth. And I think so the raccoon person B is meant to learn from this connection that that it is not conducive to them or their life or the people around them for them to continue to hide from their own truths, to hide from their desires, to hide from what they truly want out of life, because they're only hurting themselves, and they're only creating more strife and more pain. And while these responses were cultivated in order to protect person B and to protect them from more pain, I don't think they really see, or this connection is meant to show them that even though they may have, if they don't deal with and address their own pain, their own inner critic, their own negative energy that's self-generated, then they're going to continue to be, or perceive to be, a victim to the stories they tell themselves and the beliefs that they have. So really, both parties here are meant to learn. Both parties were meant to meet each other so that they could realize that their limiting beliefs were trapping them in ways that weren't serving either of their growth. And I think this connection is meant to help both people surrender a lot of unhealthy beliefs, unhealthy coping mechanisms, unhealthy ways of being in the world. And so, yeah, why did these two meet each other? To recognize how they were working against themselves rather than with themselves, and to recognize how their actions and coping mechanisms keep them in darkness rather than propelling them towards light and truth and what uplifts both. So we're gonna just go deeper now and see if there's anything that I missed. So all I really want to do here is call in your spiritual team or whatever you believe in, the universe, God, spirit guides, and just see what they want you to know about this situation before we move on to advice, because I was not anticipating these being super long, but I'm a little rusty if y'all can't tell. So thank you for your patience with me while I get back to normal. But all right, Spirit, what does pile 1 need to know about this situation, please? Okay, so we have the 8 of Swords, we have the 9 of Swords, and we have the 3 of Swords, and back of the deck energy is the Empress. So that's actually really beautiful. So what your guides want you to know about this situation and this connection and why you met this person, why this connection is meant to happen, was quite literally to help you get out of your own mental prison, your own limiting beliefs, to see the light and to enjoy peace, to enjoy the sun. It's the 8 of Swords is all about not seeing how we're trapping ourselves. And with this like little dove here, I just feel like this connection is meant to help you realize that the prison of your own thoughts is not keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you in a state of chaos, in a state of disarray. And I think it makes a lot of sense that you have the lotus flower, because the lotus flower is all about awakening and enlightenment. And I think one of the most challenging things about awakening and enlightenment and things like that is unlearning the limiting beliefs that we've taught ourselves. And with the 9 of Swords being here, this is just further reiterating, anxious thoughts or thoughts that kind of torture us. And in this case as well, with the 3 of Swords, this is often a card that represents heartbreak. And I think one thing that Spirit wants you to understand is that sometimes the stories that we create or the anxious thoughts that we have, can re-harm us and continue to break our heart over and over again, or hurt us even deeper than we realize, because we're harming ourselves with the stories or beliefs that we have about what we're experiencing or what we're going through. But I feel like what your guides want you to understand is that you, no matter who you are represented in this Empress card. And what that means is that you are meant to, life is not meant to be this mentally draining and challenging. And this situation, this connection is meant to help both parties here find their own Empress energy. The Empress knows her worth. And not only that, she trusts the flow of nature, the flow of the universe. And the Empress is one with nature. She's not against nature. And so this connection is meant to help you both recognize that, one, both of you need more compassion and nurturing towards yourselves, and to be more open to receiving that from others, but also to recognize that, the prison of your mind is literally just holding you back from seeing how wonderful you are, seeing how much you have to offer the world, to see how much lighter and easier things feel when you're not fighting your natural instincts. Especially if you're person A with the uncreated, this is all about learning how to create freely and create joyfully, and to not hold yourself back because of your fears, because of your judgment, and to not allow your distorted perceptions to stop you from seeing how amazing you are and how much you have to offer the world. You know, this connection is meant to make you realize that the world is not working against you. It's meant to help you see that the things that are working against you are not things you need to keep in your life or accept. You know, I think the biggest thing with this Nine of Swords here is the figure's eyes are missing. And so the Nine of Swords really clearly shows, like, Nine of Swords energy, you're only seeing things through darkness. You're not seeing things accurately. Your eyes aren't seeing things clearly. You're seeing things from a more hollow and distorted perception. And so, you know, while a connection like this can be really challenging, it can be the exact thing we need to free ourselves. Thank you, Spirit. That was really eloquent. So let's go ahead and finish this reading off with some final advice for you. We're just going to pull from 2 different decks. So Spirit, what does pile 1 still need to surrender at this time? Yeah. Speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make everyone else happy. All right, what else? Surrender the idea you can fix someone. It's time for a relationship to shift. It doesn't work to try to fix someone. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing. We also have surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it as it is will bring you peace. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender to divine timing. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient and trust the universal flow. And that's a thing. The Empress trusts the universal flow. And being in tune with nature, think of the cycles that you go through as similar to how the seasons change. You know, there's a time for winter, there's a time for spring, there's a time for summer, and there's a time for fall. And the Empress is in a constant cycle of rebirth and regeneration, and that's part of what you're meant to do. And rather than always upholding a certain energy and a certain expectation and a certain standard of yourself, instead, trusting what your heart is telling you, trusting the flow of where the universe is leading you, even if you don't have all the answers, even if you don't know what's next or what's meant to happen or what you're meant to do, or you're fearful or uncertain, knowing that you'll understand in time and that your heart will not lead you astray. The universe will not lead you astray. And this is all meant to help you recognize that you are always worthy of beautiful, wonderful things. And sometimes we need to face our darkness, and well, truthfully, the more light we open ourselves up to, the bigger shadow it casts, and the more we realize, you know, what holds us back from living in the light. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish this reading off with some positive guidance for you and just see what the universe wants you to know. So Spirit, what messages do you have for pile 1? What I say, listen to your heart. You're the only one who has the answer you're searching for. Quiet your mind and listen. It's there. We also have sign. This card brings you the validation you have been seeking. This is a sign to take action on whatever it is that you have been contemplating, and be fearlessly you. It's time to become fearlessly you. This is the most powerful step you can take towards living your best life. Don't worry about what others think. And on the back of the deck, we have peace. Tranquility surrounds your life right now. A peaceful road awaits. And I truly believe that, pile 1. So I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being patient with me as I get back into this. Also, thank you so much to everyone who watches my ads or lets them play in the background. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I have heard from people that they're not getting my uploads, or like getting notifications for them, or seeing them in their subscription box. So just be sure you're not missing anything by clicking that bell. But what else? Oh, I have merch and social media. If you want to check those out, those will be linked below. But in terms of social media, just remember I do not offer personal readings, and anyone claiming to be me offering personal readings on social media is a liar and a scammer. And they suck. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for being here and for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Golden Healer Stone and the Crow Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why you met the person you're inquiring about. So we're going to use the tarot later to dive deeper, but we are going to start first by making sure you have found the right pile. I quickly wanted to mention, so we are going to do this in a person A, person B style format, so it'll be up to you to decide which pile is you, or which side is you and which side is them. It's quite possible that you might resonate with both characteristics. So if that's the case, if you're like, I'm person AB, then that's usually indicative of mirroring. If either side does not resonate, do not force it. But I do kindly ask that if it does not resonate, to please be kind about it. Don't shoot the messenger if the message isn't for you. So with that being said, let's go ahead and start by looking at person A and person B's overall energies and how you both show up in this connection. So to start, we have the 1, and we have the Swan, and we have coagulation. I have to make sure this is all in the frame too. And then for person B, we have the Comic, we have the Dragonfly, and we have Copper. Okay, let me just check and make sure. Okay, yay, we're good. So this is an intriguing energy. I deserve points for using a word other than interesting, but it is an intriguing energy. And I'm going to start by going into person A here. So person A is quite a unique individual, and if you are person A, which I would say if you're watching a tarot reading online, it's likely that you're person A in this situation, but you could definitely be person B too. We'll get into it. So for person A, this is someone who understands oneness and love without attachment. This person may really like Bob Marley, because I just got One Love, like super strong, or just Jamaica in general could be significant. But this is someone, person A is incredibly deep. I mean, it doesn't get much deeper than person A. This is someone who is highly intuitive, incredibly creative, and very sensitive. This is someone who, I just heard wounded healer. So this is someone who, has gone through really deep shit and come out on the other side better for it and more graceful for it. This is someone who is highly intuitive. I also just heard empath, so person A could resonate with that title. And in this case, person A is someone who has an uncanny ability to adapt and match whatever energy is going on. In fact, I think person A could easily be considered the one who got away for a lot of people. And I don't know if that's necessarily an accurate depiction from person A's experience, but it's an accurate depiction for the people that are involved with person A, because I think person A has such an uncanny ability to connect with people, to mirror other people, to empathize with people and understand and feel what they go through. I think that person A makes people feel so seen, and it makes people fall in love with person A, which is understandable. But I definitely feel like person A has had to learn the hard way about things like setting boundaries and about not letting people take advantage of their kindness. But person A is definitely someone who makes it seem like their life is like effortless and easy for them, even though it's not. Person A is someone who gives off a very elegant vibe, a very put together vibe, and because they're so intuitive and at this point likely very compassionate and understanding with others, people feel so seen with them. I think at times it's hard for person A sorry, it's hard for person A to have relationships where they get the same amount of satisfaction, because people often don't see person A as deeply as they go. And I think as a result, person A has some pretty deep resentments. It could be in this connection. For some of you, you could be dating this person, or this could be a connection where you're already with this person or dating this person. I do get the vibe that this is a romantic interest. So if it's not a romantic interest, I would say I'm gonna treat it as such, because that's what is coming through for a lot of people. So if it's not that, just filter out the romantic messages. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a present person. This can also be a past person or even a future person, but I would say it's likely past or present, but I'm going to treat it as present even if it's in the past. So for person A, they're definitely someone very compassionate and very kind, but because they are so deep and they are so sensitive, there are a lot of times where person A may actually invalidate their own experiences or their own struggles. I feel like person A has such an uncanny ability to kind of mesh and meld with whatever is around them that it can be a blessing or a curse, in the sense that if they're not around the right people, or if they're in a more destructive, chaotic environment, they can take on a lot of that energy without realizing that it wasn't theirs to carry in the first place. This is definitely someone who serves as a mirror for people without even realizing. I just heard Hoyoka empath. I don't know too much about that, but maybe that's just for confirmation for some of you. And I did also want to mention person A could be born on the 30th of a month, or March could be significant. We have water energy here, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, but person A doesn't have to have those placements. So the way person A shows up in this connection with this coagulation card is, it definitely seems like person A has a hard time letting go of certain things, especially things that affect them very deeply. And coagulation can be a blessing and a curse, in the sense that person A has the ability to be so, what's the best way to put this? Solid. They have this skill of alchemizing and bringing things together that normally wouldn't make sense, or normally you wouldn't understand how they would go together. But person A just has this intuitive ability to connect different elements of their life together. And I do think that if person A and person B are not in a relationship, then I would definitely say that this was or is a situationship, or something where it's not platonic. I guess that's what I would say. And if there have been highs and lows within this connection, I think that person A has actually really benefited from this connection in a lot of ways, in the sense that it's helped them get closer to themselves, to understand oneness, to understand love without attachment, love without condition, especially for themselves. But I definitely think that person A has a love-hate relationship with person B's energy at times. And we'll talk about that in a second. Or no, we're just going to talk about it now. So let's talk about person B, because person A is like Mariana's Trench deep, and person B, while they have a capacity for depth, and I think one thing that they love about person A is their depth, person B is someone who likes to keep things light. Between the comic here and the dragonfly, this is someone who constantly likes to look on the lighter side of things, the brighter side of things. And I think at times their sense of humor can they can shoot themselves in the foot a little bit, because while having a sense of humor is a really wonderful thing and a really great quality to have, you know, when you can laugh at life and laugh at your experiences and laugh at your struggles, or make light of them, you know, oftentimes that's how a lot of people cope. I mean, that's how I cope with a lot of stuff. And that's not necessarily a negative thing. But from what I'm seeing in this case, I do think that person B is someone who has kind of taken their sense of humor or their desire to keep things light and kind of turned it into, I wouldn't say a whole personality, but kind of a coping mechanism. I feel like, you know, while person B is naturally likes to be on the lighter side of things. I get a lot of Gemini energy from person B, but we have air energy in general with the dragonfly. I almost said Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces again, but that's water. So the air would be Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. But like I said, don't have to have those placements. I think that person B has a hard time coping with deep issues. I feel like it's easier for them to laugh things off or not take it as seriously, because I think that there is some fear around being vulnerable, and I think person B's sense of humor is their way of kind of avoiding that vulnerability and avoiding the seriousness of deep things at times. And I almost feel like person B may have an ego response around not taking things too seriously. And person A is kind of like a blessing and a curse for person B, because person B, just because they don't share their depth doesn't mean that they don't have it. And I think that's one thing that they love about person A, is that person A is so intuitive and so insightful and philosophical and deep. And it definitely seems like person A makes person B think deeply at that. You know, person B is definitely someone with a very fast mind, someone who is constantly, you know, thinking about different things. I could definitely see them being incredibly witty. But, you know, like a dragonfly, it kind of seems like when it comes to emotions, person B only feels comfortable kind of skimming the surface. And that gets challenging, because when we talk about this copper card, which is interesting that both parties here have this card, the coagulation and copper cards are representing how each of you show up within this connection, or like the overall energy in this connection. And for person B, the comic, they have romantic feelings for person A. And I don't think that is something they take very lightly. I think it's something that's actually a little bit stressful. Copper is related to Aphrodite energy and just Venusian energy in general. And I think that for them, feelings like that, especially romantic feelings, this card also embodies the energy of Eros. So, you know, this is romantic interest, romantic feelings. I think that is something incredibly uncomfortable for the comic person, you know, that a relationship or deep romantic feelings for someone isn't something that they're necessarily comfortable with. And I definitely think that the comic person doesn't necessarily show person A the depth of their feelings or the truth of their feelings quite often. I think that they feel a lot more comfortable skimming things on the surface. Like, this person kind of seems like sarcasm could be a love language. But I can see where and how person A or the swan person kind of struggles with this, because with coagulation here, it kind of seems like person A often wants to talk more deeply about things, or has concerns or issues that they try to bring up with person B. And I think they may feel like person B doesn't validate their concerns or doesn't acknowledge their concerns, or if they do acknowledge them, it might feel like to person A that person B is just making light of the situation and not really taking things seriously. And I think for person B, that's something, or person A, the swan person, I think that's particularly difficult for them, because I think that they feel they feel very deeply for the comic. I think they really care about the comic. And I think that for them, you know, they love the comic's lighthearted nature and how funny they are and how they kind of help person A lighten up a little bit. The comic helps the swan quite literally, you know, look at things from a lighter perspective, look at things, kind of helps them take things less seriously, because in the swan person's case, like, they definitely take things maybe a little too seriously at times, or more serious than is helpful to them. And I think that the comic helps the swan person realize that some things aren't that deep, and that they don't have to intuit things or read into things so deeply, that sometimes things aren't that deep and sometimes there's not a whole lot to something. But in the case of the connection between these two, I feel like this energy, there's kind of this energy building, or in the past this energy was building, where the swan may have been building up kind of resentment for the comic, where they might be feeling just really unheard, and feeling like their issues or their concerns in this connection are not being validated or not being heard. And I think that depending on how long this connection has been around, over time, it kind of seems like the resentments are building a little bit, at least for the swan person. And it's kind of this thing where they may shove it down and push it down because they really love and adore the comic person, and they don't want to make them uncomfortable and push things too far. But at the same time, I think they're starting to recognize that they can't continue to ignore certain things because they're not going to go away. And I think that there's awareness, like, there's patience on both sides. Like, I feel like for the comic person, it might be hard at times to deal with the swan person's kind of intense emotions. Swan person's kind of funny to say, but they have a hard time, I think, dealing with the deeper stuff. And I think especially the comic person, considering that humor is a coping mechanism for them, they might be really uncomfortable with confrontation, or uncomfortable with acknowledging deeper things when it comes to relationships, especially when it comes to those they care about. It's almost like the comic person would have no problem like talking about their deep emotions to a complete stranger, but in fact, the comic person might actually be known for, like, if they drink or imbibe in substances of some kind, like, they might actually tell strangers their life story, and it might actually kind of frustrate person A, because I feel like they so deeply, they want to connect with person B on that level. The swan wants to connect to the comic on that deep level. And while I feel like these two do connect at times, I think that the comic person almost has a hard time opening up about their emotions and their deeper experiences, and opening up about their feelings for person A or the swan person, because it's almost like when if they tell person A about it, it's more real. And that stuff is really deeply meaningful to person A. You know, for the comic to just tell person A, like, listen, you mean so much to me, and I know I probably don't tell you this enough, but like, I really, really care about you, and I care about our connection, or whatever it may be. Like, that stuff really, really, really helps the swan person. It's often just an acknowledgement of the depth of this connection and the depth of one another's feelings. That can be enough for the swan person. But that the unfortunate thing is, for person B, the comic, that's not the easiest thing to do. And so I think the comic may not realize, or may underestimate, how much reassurance the swan person needs, because I think that they are very good at kind of carrying their inner issues, or carrying their struggles, and almost kind of compartmentalizing them. I feel like the swan person tries not to put too much pressure on the comic person, because they know that, you know, they know that it's not, that they're not purposefully withholding their true feelings or anything like that. It's more so that it's, I think the comic doesn't realize how much time goes by where the swan person might be stewing about something, or worrying about something, or, you know, letting things kind of bubble underneath the surface. I feel like the swan person is so good at putting forth any energy that they want to, that the comic person doesn't read into things the same way the swan person does. The swan person can know, based on like the comic's immediate energy, how their day was that day, what's going on with them. And I think at times it might kind of hurt them that the comic doesn't seem to perceive them as deeply, or to understand them that deeply. And I think they understand that it's just a difference of perspective, and a difference of looking at things, and a recognition that, you know, when you are person A and you are that intuitive, you kind of have to learn to be okay with the fact that, you know, not everyone, you have to be okay with communicating your experiences, because not everyone is as intuitive as you, if you're person A, or your person if you're person B. So I think that this is something where both parties have the capacity to meet one another halfway. I think that just one of the biggest things here is that the swan maybe holds on to things for too long, and doesn't maybe voice their concerns, and oftentimes may invalidate their own concerns or their own needs, especially within this connection, in order to keep the peace, and in order to keep things light, and in order to not stress the comic person out. And I feel like the comic person expressing their love and desire and passion for person A is something deeply, deeply uncomfortable for them. And even though they feel it, they have a hard time saying it. And I think what they don't realize, you know, obviously copper needs to be polished and shit, because otherwise it's going to turn green. It's going to oxidize. And so I think for the comic, I think they don't realize maybe how long they go without expressing appreciation for the swan, or expressing what they truly feel. And so I think that these two can really balance each other out in positive ways, where, you know, the comic brings lightness to the swan's depth, and the swan brings depth and meaning to the comic's light energy. But if the energies are not utilized in healthy ways, it can lead to a lot of miscommunication, resentment, misunderstandings. So let's go ahead and see if that resonates. Hello, you found your pile. But what I'm gonna do now is go ahead and look at what each person here is meant to learn from this connection. So starting with the swan, we have the moon. And for the comic, we have magnum opus or the great work. So person A, the swan, their biggest lesson in all of this is really about learning to honor their intuition and also not being afraid to voice their concerns or kind of bring light to what's going on inside instead of just keeping the peace. I feel like the swan person is meant to learn from this connection that, one, just because something's not being said doesn't mean that what they're intuiting is wrong. Because I think part of what this connection is meant to teach the swan person is they oftentimes know that there's a lot more going on than meets the surface, but I feel like the swan person might invalidate or doubt their own intuition and doubt their own experiences. And I think the swan person is meant to learn that, their depth, their emotional intelligence, and their intuitive wisdom is not something to be ashamed of or not something to push away because other people don't understand it. The swan person is meant to understand that their intuition is a strength, and that their compassion is a strength, and that their empathy is a strength. But that doesn't mean that they need to put up with treatment that makes them feel unworthy, or I feel like part of what they're learning is that, not everything is as it seems. And it might be that at times one disconnect between these two is that the swan might make assumptions or jump to conclusions about how much the comic person actually cares about them, or the truth of the comic person's feelings. And I feel like the swan person knows the truth of this connection in their heart, and in their heart space they have a very strong heart space. But I think one thing that they are meant to learn is that they can't keep all of their emotion hidden in the shadows. Like, even though the comic's light energy is very beneficial for the swan, that doesn't mean that they should completely go along with what the comic wants in order to keep them from being uncomfortable. Because in fact, I think that this connection is meant to trigger both parties in a way where they have to kind of face uncomfortable aspects. They have to face challenge and things that aren't necessarily working in order to make things more harmonious. So I feel like with the moon here, one thing that the swan is meant to learn as well is with this oneness energy, that they can't go wrong when they're honoring their intuition and when they're honoring what they feel inside and what they need to express, what they need to speak, because sometimes we do need to challenge the people that we care about. We do need to have our needs expressed. We do need to be upfront about what we're going through. And I think for the swan person, part of their growth is about not being afraid to speak up about what they're going through or how they're feeling. I think because the swan is so intuitive, they expect people to pick up on them intuitively the same way they do other people. And I think that they find themselves being sorely disappointed, and they might even, this might manifest in a shadowy energy where the swan person might get really passive aggressive and might not want to tell the comic what's going on. I feel like the comic is someone who needs things spelled out for them, because even if they're an intuitive person as well, they have a much harder time knowing what is anxiety and what is intuition. Just FYI, anxiety screams, intuition whispers. Anxiety usually has long-winded explanations and stories for things, whereas our intuition is often very simple, very succinct, and when we do get guidance from our intuition, it feels right. It doesn't create doubt and fear within us. So if an intuitive hit creates doubt and fear, I would say that's not an intuitive hit. I would say that is anxiety. And in the swan's case, I definitely think that they're needing to learn that they need to express what they're going through, because oftentimes, you know, person B may have no idea that they're even, you know, feeling resentment, or that they're struggling to let go of things, or that they're dealing with certain insecurities. You know, the swan person is meant to understand, just because you can see it and can sense it in others doesn't mean others experience it the same way. And that doesn't mean that person A is wrong or shouldn't be that intuitive. It just means that person A has to learn to be more comfortable with expressing what's really going on within them, because people are just not going to be always be able to pick up on what they're going through. They're too good at concealing what they're going through. They're too good at leaving their difficult energies in the shadows and meshing and melding with whatever is around them. And with this yin energy as well being in the moon, you know, I think the swan is also learning how to kind of embrace their masculine energy, in the sense that they stand up and defend their feminine energy, you know. So, and kind of what I mean by that is, you know, instead of the swan person invalidating their intuition, or not sharing what they feel inside, or being passive aggressive and frustrated because the comic's not picking up on what they wanted them to pick up on, instead recognizing, okay, I cannot expect other people to read my mind, and I need to be strong enough to defend what I'm feeling and what I'm going through. I think one thing the swan struggles with is validating their emotional experiences. It's likely because I would be willing to bet that the swan has been shamed for their sensitivity, and shamed for the depth at which they feel things. And I think while the depth at which the swan feels things makes the comic uncomfortable, the comic needs that. Because let's talk about what the comic is meant to learn. So with the great work being here, the swan is here to help the comic start taking things in their life more seriously. Because the comic is just as incredible as the swan. Like, both parties here have wonderful gifts, skills, qualities, and talents. But I think for the swan person, it is all too easy for them to push away and doubt their value, doubt their skills. And for the comic, I think it's all too easy for them to not take their value seriously, to not take their skills seriously, or their contributions to the world seriously. And so I think what they're meant to learn from this connection is that in order to live a truly satisfying life, we have to be willing to open ourselves up to things greater than surface level, minute bullshit. You know, I think the comic feels much more comfortable in surface level, minute bullshit situations, but that's not ultimately what's going to serve them in the long run. Doesn't mean that they need to shun lighthearted, fun situations, but I definitely think that the swan came into the comic's life in order to help them realize that life is not meant to just be laughed at and not taken seriously. I mean, it can be, and it's a wonderful quality to look at things that way, but the comic seems to take it to an extreme where they don't invest in themselves as much as they could, because they almost, like, there could be a self-deprecating humor where it's like the comic person would rather laugh at life because it's too painful to think about the idea of actually pursuing something more meaningful, or pursuing something that really matters to them, and failing. I feel like the comic, you know, despite how surface level and carefree they might seem and try to express, you know, the swan person picks up on their inner demons, on their inner doubts and things like that. And I feel like the swan wants to talk about that and wants to help the comic with that. But I think one thing the swan needs to also recognize as well is that just because sometimes the swan, actually no, not sometimes, a lot of the times, the swan person is going to pick up on things intuitively that the person that they're intuiting isn't aware of. So I feel like the swan person is or will be aware of certain shadows within the comic far before the comic is aware of them. And I think one challenge that the swan person is learning is that, you know, while they can maybe help illuminate things, they can't fix the comic, which first of all, the comic doesn't need fixing. The comic's not broken. You know, the comic is just, they are living their experience and doing the best they can with the knowledge they have and the time that they have it, same as the swan, same as everyone else. And I think in the swan's case, the swan may feel like at times it's on them to keep everything together, to keep everything fixed, and that is a distortion within them where they're needing to learn that they can trust, you know, their partner or whoever the comic is to them to work through their own struggles and challenges without that they can do that on their own, and that if they can't see something, they will see it when it's time. But that doesn't mean that the swan shouldn't, you know, hide what they're feeling or hide what they're seeing. I think that there's value in both perspectives here. And I feel like for the swan, you know, they might feel like their perspective is invalidated, or they might feel they might feel disrespected at times by the comic because things that are really deep and serious to them, the comic may not understand why it is so serious and deep to them. And then one thing I do want to say is that, you know, when people are emotionally sensitive, and when you are sensitive in general, you know, for people who are not sensitive, it's really hard to communicate or get them to understand that experience. And see, here's the thing, I don't think that the comic is not sensitive. I think they are sensitive, but I think their sensitivity manifests in a way in which they would rather pretend like they're not and kind of ignore that part of themselves because it doesn't really fit with the lighthearted vibe that they're always trying to maintain. And so the swan really is learning just a lot of lessons in growth and honoring our intuition, but, you know, not keeping secrets from other people, not keeping things hidden that could, you know, that are necessary to talk about. I feel like, you know, these are two people that can skirt around issues for a long time. Like, y'all could have a whole ass elephant living with you for a long time without addressing it. And I think in the comics case, you know, they're meant to learn that deep and meaningful experiences and deep and meaningful connections and living life from a place of meaning and accepting that meaning rather than shunning it can create a lot of deep satisfaction. And while it can also create deeper wounds and it can be harder and more challenging, it brings more growth and it brings a deeper sense of purpose and a deeper reason for being here. And I feel like the comic, you know, I think that they feel unsatisfied with keeping things light all the time, but I think it's like before the swan, I don't think they knew any different. In fact, the comic this might be a generational thing. Like the comic may have inherited this behavior from a family member or something like that. But I definitely think that they're meant to learn that, you know, they're not just, like, while making light of things can make life, one, more interesting and fun, there's also value to taking things seriously and to work towards something that's greater than yourself. And I think the comic is realizing, or the influence of this connection with the swan is helping the comic realize that, you know, life, there's a time and a place to keep things light and to keep things funny, but there's also times when we need to be serious and when we need to, you know, do work that's not very fun. And especially if this is a long-term relationship, if this is a committed relationship, you know, I think that the comic person may be kind of avoidant of the deeper work. And I think the swan person is avoidant of expressing issues. So it's like for the swan, they have to learn to be okay with expressing when things aren't working for them, because the comic person is not going to know otherwise. And even if they do express, you know, what's not working for them and the comic doesn't understand it or validate it, that shouldn't mean that the swan invalidates what they're experiencing and think that they're wrong. And instead of, you know, kind of allowing the comic, instead of allowing a situation to end with the swan feeling unheard, I think the swan is learning to be more assertive and trust their intuition, even when they may feel invalidated by the comic's perspective. And I feel like one thing that the swan needs to know is that, you know, I don't think it's ever the comic's intention to literally invalidate the swan. I think it's more so that the comic just doesn't understand, like they don't understand deeply enough. Like they might need things, they have the capabilities of understanding, but they need it to be explained to them, because they don't, the swan and the comic have two very different ways of thinking and looking at things in the world. And so it's incredibly important for both parties here to explain and communicate what's actually going on internally, because despite how intuitive the swan is, you know, that doesn't mean that they should just assume and always intuit what's actually going on. You know, it is important to also, you know, have difficult conversations. And I think the swan may kind of avoid those difficult conversations or be assertive in those difficult conversations because it's scary. And I think both parties here think it's scary. I think both parties here love how magical this connection can be. But I definitely think that part of the reason why these two were brought together was not just to share in lighthearted, loving energies, but to also work through challenges as well. So let's go ahead and see why this card will kind of just represent ultimately like why you two are together, or what the purpose of this connection is now, or right now, or always. So for you guys, we have the oil of vitriol, which actually makes a ton of sense. So and I love it too, because you guys picked the golden healer. And so I think that there is a lot of potential for healing within this connection, or potential for destruction, depending on how these two deal with the energies that they're dealt. And with the oil of vitriol being here, I feel like this connection is meant to help both parties purge toxic behaviors that don't serve one another, to help purge issues that keep these two from connecting on a deeper level. You know, there's wonderful qualities to both parties' perspectives, and there's qualities of both parties' perspectives that may come from a good place and come from good intentions, but have effects that on one another that neither of you are intending. But I think that both parties here have a tendency to suffer in silence, to sweep things under the rug, to invalidate what they're going through and experiencing, and to kind of what's the phrase? It's not keep on to keep, what is the, whatever the phrase is that's like, go along to get along. That's it. You know, instead of going along to getting along, I think one thing that both parties here are meant to learn is that conflict can actually be healthy. And it's important that, you know, when you are in a connection with someone, or you are in a deep, serious commitment or connection in general, that, you know, the love for one another will outshine, you know, the challenges, because it's working through those challenges together that's going to give you both the opportunity to grow and get closer. And so I think you both may be feeling like, this situation's not going to work out, or you may be feeling a lot of fear in this situation. And I think what Spirit's trying to get you to understand is that there's nothing inherently wrong with either of you. You just are coming from two very different perspectives. And as a result, you both are going to challenge one another. And in order to, you know, hear one another and understand one another, you have to be willing to talk about uncomfortable things and bring up when you're not happy and bring up when things are not great, because that's the only way you'll get through them. Otherwise, you know, you will both drown in your own vitriol rather than purging it. And I think that's the thing. Like, I think both of you are afraid of that conflict. Both of you are afraid that if you speak up about these things, that the other might just drop you or be done. But I think what I think is really cool, and one thing I just noticed is, first of all, you know, I think the swan has such an easy time understanding and empathizing with other people that it's hard for them to push what they're feeling and their truth. But I think what they need to understand is like, you know, the swan has all of these, you know, lines, and the comic is like, he's got 6. And they're great, they're beautiful, but it's almost like the swan makes much deeper connections and you know, just interprets things on a deeper level than the comic does. And that's not to say that either perspective is right or wrong, but the comic needs more assistance in understanding another person's perspective. And so I definitely think for the swan person, one beneficial thing that for them could be to talk about how, instead of talking about how things make them feel, which, I mean, don't not talk about how things make you feel if you're the swan, but to also talk about, to explain things to the comic in terms of the swan's mindset. Like, okay, so when this happens, I go to this conclusion, or I think about it this way, and then it leads to this energy within me, or this thought within me, and then it leads to this. It's almost like the swan needs to know what the comic doesn't understand, or what the comic is not seeing, in order to help communicate their experience. And I think the comic is needing to be more open and honest with the swan about their deeper emotions, because if they're meant to share them with anyone, it's the swan person. Like, this is a deep connection. And I think, you know, I feel like the comic would rather tell everyone around them how much they love the swan person and how deeply they care for the swan person, rather than telling them, because it just requires so much vulnerability. And I feel like the comic also knows that the swan is very intuitive, and so they might take for granted what the things that the swan person picks up on that the comic leaves unsaid. And I think with this oil of vitriol here, I think it's so cool that it really matches the lines in the 1 card, because I think that the more you both kind of face these uncomfortable energies and face the challenges you both are struggling with in this connection, if you come at it from a place of compassion, and instead of looking at it as being against each other, you two against the issues, and coming from a place of compassion, and instead of, like, you know, saying you did this or you did that, saying, you know, hey, when XYZ happens, it makes me feel this way, kind of taking responsibility for, you know, each of your roles in this connection, and how you both help it and how you both may hinder it. And what may seem like challenges or really frustrating or really overwhelming could lead to making this connection a hell of a lot stronger, because you're not carrying these resentments for each other. You understand each other more deeply, and it can help you understand how you are more the same than different. Even though these two, you know, on paper, on the surface, are incredibly different in a lot of ways, the two of you share a lot of similarities. And I think the beautiful thing is that you both bring out aspects in one another that you don't naturally cultivate as much. And so this brings a lot of balance, but, you know, this is a situation where you have to grow through what you go through, because if you don't face it and work through the challenges, it's going to break you instead of make you. So I'm going to go ahead now and pull a couple tarot cards to see what the universe wants you to know about this situation. So I'm going to be specifically calling upon your spiritual team, but, you know, if you're like, what's a spiritual team, or I don't believe in a spiritual team, see the 2 of Cups already, but, you know, just take this as messages from the universe, messages from an energy that loves you unconditionally and wants the best for you. Crows can, okay. Okay, all right. Go off. Those are meant to be here. One more. How beautiful. And the back of the deck is the King of Cups. Okay, so what your unconditionally loving higher guidance wants you to know, first of all, is that feelings run really deep here on both sides. But together, you both are learning this process of emotional maturity. And I think that, you know, the comic is less emotionally mature than the swan is. And I think that the swan person needs to, not needs to, they don't need to do anything. They can do whatever they want. But it would be in the swan's person's best interest to recognize that they have more emotional maturity and awareness than most people do. But the comic is going to have no hope of understanding what the swan is going through or what they're experiencing if the swan doesn't explain it. You know, the King of Cups is often represented as kind of being more isolated. Oftentimes he's depicted like being on an island by himself. And I think that, you know, the swan may not realize that they kind of perpetuate their emotional isolation because they might assume that the comic's just not going to understand, or they might be afraid that their emotions are too much. And I think the thing is, it's not that the swan's person's emotions are too much. It's just that it's challenging for the comic because they have to face that part of themselves that's deeply uncomfortable with emotional intensity and depth. But let's talk about these three cards here because it's actually really beautiful. I'm just gonna put the tarot deck over here. The Magician and the High Priestess being here, which first of all, I am obsessed with, but there's a lot of healing that is going to be done on a spiritual level between the two of you, or that's kind of what is meant to happen between the two of you. You know, I definitely see one of you being in the energy of the Magician and the other, the High Priestess, naturally embodying that. I definitely think the comic embodies more of the Magician energies, and the High Priestess embodies more of the Swan embodies more of the High Priestess energies. And actually, you know, really what I should be doing is putting Temperance in the middle, because I think that what your guides want you to understand is that there's a lot of spiritual growth and honestly growth on all planes, but more so than anything, this connection is meant to be in each other's lives. You are meant to be in one another's lives because this can be a really deep, really beautiful connection, and it can help you both grow in really powerful ways. It can help you learn how to be more intuitive. It can also help you both learn how to use what you've been given by the universe to cultivate more understanding, to cultivate more wisdom, to cultivate more, to cultivate a life more aligned with the truths of your souls, rather than a life where you're making decisions from a place of fear, doubt, or uncertainty. Because with the Temperance card being here, I feel like what your unconditionally loving higher guidance wants you to know, first of all, with all major arcanas coming out besides the King of Cups, this is a really special connection. And I think that you both have to trust that facing the uncomfortable topics is not going to make you grow apart if you do it in ways that are not accusatory, in ways that are not blaming one another or putting one another down. If you work together and are patient with one another, there can be a lot of growth. And I think that's the biggest thing, is I feel like your guides just want you to be really patient with each other and be willing to make compromises and work with one another. You know, it might be that you both have to come up with solutions that take time to work through and figure out, you know. I think also this is an opportunity for the Swan person to be more confident in the truths that they express and be more confident in what they're experiencing and what's going on. I feel like even though the swan person is so intuitive, I think that sometimes they don't realize how they can ground their spiritual power on the earthly plane and use, the 4 elements avatar style to manifest and create what they want. I feel like, the Magician and the High Priestess are 2 cards where, even though there's a lot of spiritual power, if not used properly, it can be quite destructive. And so for the High Priestess, that could be keeping secrets, holding things back, not being honest about what's going on. And for the Magician, that can be manipulation, trying to make things happen in the way the Magician wants. And so I think for the Swan person, they are learning how to use more than just they're learning to become more well-rounded with their intuitive abilities and how they use their intuitive abilities. I think the Swan person actually finds themselves getting stuck in just relying on their intuition and relying on that because they may be afraid to ask what the truth is or to confront something. Whereas I feel like the comic needs to learn that their intuition and their deeper emotions are not something to fear, and that their feminine side and their deep, meaningful experiences are not something that they should shame themselves for or shun themselves for, but that in fact, strengthening their intuition and learning to embrace what their emotions are trying to tell them will not only help them understand the swan more, but it will also help them be more in tune with what's going on with the swan, so that the swan, over time won't have to explicitly lay things out as much, because the comic will learn. If one thing's for sure, the comic is incredibly intelligent. And I think it is because the comic is so intelligent, especially mentally, that they at times don't realize how their intelligence makes them stupid. And they just overthink things to the point where it loses all meaning, or they don't know the case or the truth. And so I feel like what your guides really want you both to understand is that this is a constant process of working together and working with what's going on and being patient with one another, because there is not a hint of malice on either side. Neither one of you is trying to antagonize the other or make the other feel bad or feel unworthy or feel like they're not doing enough. You both are doing your best, and I think it's all about being patient with yourselves, being transparent about what your fears are, and being transparent about, what you're actually going through, and being willing and open to be patient with one another's pace. I feel like for the swan person, talking about these deep things with the comic, you might have to do it in sections. You might have to start with one thing and then work on that and build from there. It might be too overwhelming for the comic to dive really deep just immediately. But I feel like, the swan person has the ability to be patient and recognize when the comic is reaching a point where they're like, okay, I'm getting a little overwhelmed. Can I have some space or something like that? I think that this is all about learning to work with one another and to recognize that in a connection like this, you work better together rather than against one another. And that's kind of the point. You're meant to come together so that you can purge a lot of these fears and challenges and wounds that stop you from being more intimate with each other, that stop you from feeling more safe and secure in this connection, and helping you both not only gain wisdom and see things from a higher perspective, but also, these challenges are meant to bring you closer together, not tear you apart. So we are going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some guidance. I'm going to pull from 2 different decks, and I'm going to start with these surrender cards because I just think that they are the shit. And surrendering is a constant process, but man, it feels good. So Spirit, what does pile 2 need to surrender? Surrender to your soul's path. Your life's journey has been perfectly designed for your soul's growth. Embrace every lesson in every moment. We have surrender stress. Take a few deep breaths and exhale the tension you've built up in your body. Let the stress go as you come back to your center. Surrender your attachment to results. The formula for success is to do all you can to make things happen, then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. And I think that this is especially important for the Swan person to understand, because I think that there may be times where they need to be patient with the comic, because they may need, like, it might be really, I think it is much more overwhelming for the comic person to dive deep than it is for the Swan person to keep things on the surface. The Swan person has developed more techniques to regulate themselves than the comic has. And so I think the Swan is needing to learn how to make sure that they're expressing their truth and they're being heard, but also, you know, working with the comic so that, you know, the comic doesn't shut down. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender your need to always be right. Give others the gift of letting them be right. Be yielding, not rigid. This will help resolve conflicts and improve your relationships. Yeah. And so I think that's the thing too, is like, you guys might not see things eye to eye all the time, and that's okay. I think that differing perspectives for each of you are valuable. And I think one thing that you both are meant to understand is that, you know, sometimes you're not going to be right. And sometimes, you know, even though we have great intentions, we don't see how we might be affecting the other. And I think that, you know, this is such a beautiful connection. Don't let the fears, the inner pain, the insecurities stop you both. Pride and ego, that's a big thing. Don't let that shit stop you guys, because this stuff is not meant to break you. It's meant to make you better and stronger. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this off with some positive guidance for you. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 2? You're appreciated. Your friends and family appreciate you more than you know. We have divine timing. Everything will make sense soon. Trust that the timing of your life is being taken care of by your angels in the universe. We also have be proud. You should be incredibly proud of yourself and what you have achieved. Reward yourself. And on the back of the deck, I guess we're getting 2. We have good vibrations. You're vibrating at a high level. Use this to your advantage. The law of attraction will work very effectively for you right now. And be fearlessly you. It's time to become fearlessly you. This is the most powerful step you can take towards living your best life. Don't worry about what others think. So pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. If this resonated and you enjoyed it, please, please, please leave me a like and a comment and let me know how it resonated. It helps me more than you realize. As well as subscribing and clicking that bell notification to be notified whenever you upload a new reading, whenever I upload a new reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads or just letting them play in the background while you do something else. That is another simple way to exchange energy with me and express appreciation and gratitude and for me and what I'm doing and supporting my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me and my channel in any other ways, you can check out my merch, which is linked below, as well as my social media, though do be aware I do not offer personal readings. So anyone claiming to be me offering personal readings is a scammer. I am not offering personal readings. A damn collective reading takes me however long this took, and yeah, I can't. I don't have time for that. Like, with peace and love. If someone does that, it's a scammer. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Ametrine Rose and the Affirmators Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why you met the person you are inquiring about. So we are going to use the tarot to go deeper, but first we are actually, for most of the reading, we're going to be looking at you and this person and seeing why you met this person, why this person is or was in your life. So just to explain things, to start, we're going to be doing things in a person A, person B format. So it's up to you to decide which pile is you and which pile is the person you're asking about. You may find that the reading resonates, but not for the person that you are asking about. Oftentimes it's because you have a message about someone else that's important, or, you know, there's 4 piles, only so many energies. But, you know, if you want to hear about a specific person, I would look at the beginning energies of another pile you feel drawn to, or all of them if you're not trusting your intuition, to see if you can find the original person you're asking about. But if you can't, it's likely because you're meant to hear about someone else. And then also, if you find elements of yourself in both sides, in person A, person B, you know, sometimes I see when I'm person AB. If you feel like you're person AB, that's absolutely okay. That's often indicative of mirroring, or just the fact that you and the person you're asking about share qualities of both sides. But then if it doesn't resonate, don't force it, and don't shoot the messenger for a reading that doesn't resonate. Do something better with your life. Anyway, let's go ahead and start by looking at person A. So to start, we have the healer, we have the fish, and then how person A is or was showing up in this connection is Saturn. I'm gonna have to check and make sure these are right, but in the frame still, but I'll do that in a second. And then for person B, we have the mask, we have Cobra, and we have Lightning. Okay, let me make sure these are, oh yeah, they're close to the edge. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and start. So starting with person A, and their overall energy, this is someone who, I mean, I don't want to just be like, they're a healer. Like, no shit. Like, we can see it right there. We can read, or we can hear Xoxo read. But I definitely feel like person A's spread is kind of showing a dichotomy between person A, kind of 2 sides of them, that this fish energy may be a past energy or a current energy or something. It could be an energy that the healer struggles with, if that makes sense. So the healer person is someone who is on a path of, or a journey of their own healing. This is not someone who is healed or has everything figured out, but there's someone who's radically honest enough with themselves to be willing to look within and overcome their ego, overcome their insecurities in order to grow, in order to heal and evolve and ascend. And I feel like this is, person A is someone who is incredibly compassionate, but one thing that they may struggle with is being willing to stand up for themselves, and also being willing to set boundaries, being willing to have more discipline in their life. I really feel like with person A here, this is someone who may really struggle to assert themselves or assert their own energies. I did quickly want to mention why I paused. I'm gonna be talking about this in a more present tense, but I do feel like for a lot of you, this could be a past energy. So I hope that doesn't get too confusing. I'll try my best to keep things clear. But I definitely think that one thing person A is literally healing is the need to constantly go with the flow, the need to be at peace. Because I think for the healer person, I think one thing that the healer person struggles with is not realizing how complacency can become almost dangerous, and how just going with whatever can, or going with the flow, can actually create more harm than good at times if we're not being discerning about where we're flowing and what we're allowing. So in the healer person's case, I definitely think that they are or were prone to unintentionally getting themselves into situations that were difficult, challenging, or getting themselves into situations with people that didn't have their best interests at heart or weren't who they said they were. I feel like the healer person is incredibly intuitive, but I think that the healer person often doubts their intuition, and I think that they value the perspectives of others over their own because they have this natural assumption that other people know more than they do. And I think maybe that's one relationship that they're healing with themselves, where I'm hearing a K-pop song right now. It's called 25, I think, and it's by Song Ji-eun or something like that. I think she was in Secret? I can't remember. It was definitely second gen. I was into K-pop way back in the day, so my references that are going to be kind of old, but not that old, but I mean, it's like, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years ago. Killer song though, and there's one part of it that where the only English part that I remember is, you know, she says like beautiful, young, and free. And I definitely think that there's a bit of naivety to the healer person, and in fact, this naivety is something that could have led the healer person into this connection with the Cobra person. Now, I did also want to mention that this doesn't have to be a romantic connection. This can be any type of connection. But if any romantic messages come through and you're not asking about that, just let what doesn't resonate flow. And what's really interesting is we have tons of snake imagery here. And I think one of the challenging things, I got a snake too. Snakes are really cool, and that was an intelligent take. Snakes are cool. But, you know, there's obviously positive representations of snakes and negative representations of snakes, and the ways in which we interpret them can depend on the person. And, you know, a positive interpretation of snake is, you know, someone who is shedding their skin. It can represent, you know, Kundalini awakenings. It can represent transformation. It can represent rebirth. But obviously snakes can also represent shady people. It can represent sneakiness and deception, you know, obviously. And the creation story in the Bible, the snake offers Eve the apple, right? So there's positive and negative interpretations here. And I think in person A's case, I think that their snake energy, their journey is a lot about shedding old skin that doesn't work for them and learning how to stand stronger in what they believe and what they know to be true. One of the things that the healer card actually talks about is that healing is all about remembering, and that forgetting our truth, forgetting what is meaningful to us, what is valuable to us, what serves us, you know, is forgetting in general is like the root of at least it says this in the book. I'm not saying that this is my opinion, it's just what it says, that forgetting in general is the kind of the root of why did I lose my train of thought? It's the root of Spirit has a sense of humor. I talk about forgetting and then I forget what I'm talking about. So forgetting is the root of suffering and dis-ease. You know, disease is dis-ease. And so in this case, I definitely think that one of the biggest things that person A had to heal from this situation or from this connection, or is healing or is learning to heal, is their lower chakras. So the root chakra, the sacral chakra, and the solar plexus chakra. And you even see here, you know, the red to yellow gradient. And I think in the case of person A, you know, they are learning to remember their truth. They are learning to remember the value of their inner truths, the value of what they've learned, the value of their perspective. And I think one of the biggest things that the healer person is learning to heal is their relationship with themselves, and how to honor themselves. Because I think one of the biggest things that the healer has needed to heal within themselves is the constant self-betrayal. And I mean, I don't know if it's constant. I said constant, so for some of you, it may be a constant thing, or it may have been so frequent that it felt constant. But self-betrayal can look like many different things. And oftentimes, self-betrayal can be when we don't set boundaries with someone, or when we don't assert what we know we should do, or what we know we should say, or we don't honor what we need, instead to just keep the peace or go with the flow. I definitely think that the healer person learned to just go with the flow and not make much of a fuss in order to be safe. Man, Frozen's coming in a lot today. Like, person A kind of reminds me of Anna from Frozen. Like, she kind of, you know, she kind of is at the mercy in the, I mean, I haven't seen the movie in a really, really long time, but I'm sure parents who have kids that love that movie could fill me in, but I'm pretty sure, you know, she really struggles in the beginning, because she's kind of shut out from things. She doesn't have a whole lot of power. She doesn't really understand what's going on with her sister. She doesn't understand a lot of what's happening, and you know, she's obviously young and more naive. And I definitely think that person A kind of relates to Anna in the sense of, like, you know, there may be an idealization of situations and people, and a naive belief that everyone always has good intentions, and that a perspective outside of your own is more valuable or more powerful. And not only that, I think person A has maybe viewed Saturn energy, because we're going to get into that in a second, as a bad thing, or as something that they're averse to. Like, you know, especially if this healer person has like a Capricorn rising, for example, or heavy Capricorn in their chart. You know, this is someone who may, actually, I wouldn't say they have heavy Capricorn in their chart if they go with the flow a lot, but Capricorn energy in general, often, like, people, for example, with Capricorn rising, you know, oftentimes they get younger as they age, because they just have so much responsibility, and they have to grow up really quickly usually. And in the healer's case, I think that, you know, if they grew up in a particularly restrictive or authoritative environment, it may have taught them, they may have learned to disempower themselves in order to stay safe, in order to keep the peace. Or they could have just literally been taught that, you know, they could have literally been taught to not trust what they feel, to not, that other people know better, that they're not capable of making decisions that are right for them, or that they need someone to help guide them, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And so the fact that they're showing up, person A showing up in this connection in Saturn energy, it definitely seems like this connection served as a wake-up call for the healer person, because it seems like this connection kind of has or did force the healer person to recognize where boundaries are important, where discipline is important, where going along to getting along can actually hurt you rather than help you. I'm thinking about, you know, oftentimes Saturn energy gets a bad rap, and it's seen as restriction, as so I think some people see it as punishment, but I wouldn't say it's punishment. I think it's divine order, and Saturn is the father, and Saturn is the truth, and it's an energy that, you know, really only affects us negatively, which is a perception anyway, if we are not living in if Saturn comes in to bring order to the chaos. Saturn comes in to not only right wrongs, but to protect us from ourselves and other situations that may not be good for us. Saturn only is a spanking when you need it. You know what I mean? Like, oftentimes Saturn is more of a protective energy, of an energy that makes you aware of what is leaving you vulnerable, what's not serving you. And Saturn is underrated. And I think in this case, for person A, Saturn energy is being highlighted as something that person A either had to embrace, or as a result of this connection, person A got a heavy dose of Saturn energy that may have been difficult but taught them a lot. You know, I really like that this Saturn card is represent, like, half of it is black and half of it is white, because I really think that this is an energy where person A may have had to experience the darker parts or darker things in this connection, and might have experienced restrictive or controlling things in this connection. Because I don't think the healer person was restrictive or controlling in this connection. Person B could have been and served as a more shadowy Saturn energy that was more domineering. And, you know, for the healer whose natural inclination is to just go with the flow, it's quite possible that, you know, the healer maybe misinterpreted or didn't understand why certain things were happening within this connection. They may have felt like they were being punished at first. In fact, depending on where you're at, you might, if you are the healer, you or they might see this connection as some sort of punishment, or whatever's happening to them right now as some sort of punishment. But what I'm here to tell you, if you are person A, is that you will see the light if you haven't already. And for those of you who are person A who want to confirm, like, if you see the wisdom and what has happened here, feel free to share that in the comments and give other people support, because it's so hard to trust sometimes that, you know, the universe is doing things for our highest good. But I also feel like this kind of Saturn energy came in the first place because person A was willingly putting themselves in situations that were not good, healthy, or safe for them, and because they weren't being discerning enough, because they weren't trusting their own intuition. They were valuing the perspective of other people and assuming that they know best. You know, obviously someone who goes with the flow is really gonna like well, I'm not going to make assumptions for all people that go with the flow, but, like, oftentimes people that do go with the flow, you know, oftentimes they like to be balanced out by someone who is more decisive, who is more rigid. And I think that the healer person may have been looking for that Saturn energy. I just heard daddy energy in this Cobra person. But what they may have realized is that the energy, that Saturn energy that they were looking for actually is and was within them all along. They just had to learn to embrace it and recognize that, you know, Saturn isn't a force that exists solely outside of them, that they have their own Saturn energy, that they have their own wise big daddy energy within them, and that they can, part of their healing process is learning how to cut out the things that are not working for them, and to realize that, you know, Saturn energy does have benefits. Going with the flow can help in certain situations, but it can actually also hinder or even harm you in certain situations. So let's go ahead and talk about person B, or the Cobra person. Now, because this is a general reading, the first thing I want to stress is that the extent to how extreme this energy is going to be on a spectrum. I'm not diagnosing or saying anything like that, but I do think that for some of you, this person could be much more, they could be higher on a spectrum of narcissism. I'm not saying that they are a narcissist. I'm just saying narcissism is something that literally exists in a spectrum, and not enough of it is not healthy and too much of it is not healthy. You want to have a healthy balance where you're... See, and honestly, I think the healer person would be a good example of the extreme end of, on the lower extreme end of the narcissism spectrum, where they don't have enough to assert themselves, or like that's part of what they're learning is to, you know, put more effort and energy into themselves, and to, you know, it is healthy to have self-esteem. It is healthy to care about yourself and put yourself first. Anyway, I am not going to go into a psychology lesson right now. The point of what I'm trying to say is I'm not diagnosing anyone or saying that they are a narcissist at all. I don't want to invalidate anyone's experiences, but what I am saying is that the energy of this person could be anything from misguided to straight up nefarious, depending on the person. So I just want to say, for people where this may have been a more extreme case, I am in no way trying to invalidate or minimize any harm that this person may have done. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, you know, for those of you where you feel like this person, you know, isn't inherently malicious or malignant or anything like that, but, you know, just maybe has a more fragile ego, more wounds to deal with that they haven't yet, and that at the end of the day they don't necessarily mean harm, but they don't see how their actions are harmful. I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is that it's going to exist on a spectrum. Don't attack me because you feel like I made them too extreme or not too extreme. I guess that's the point of what I'm trying to say. So let's talk about this Cobra person in the purest sense. So I do get the vibe like person B, this Cobra person, could be older than person A, or have more experience in one way or another, whether that's relationships or if this connection is based on, like, for example, if it's a work colleague or you know, someone that you share a hobby with, or they could even be like a teacher of some kind. This is someone who has a lot of investment in their perspective. In fact, with this lightning card, I do feel like this Cobra person was definitely the more dominant one in this connection. And I don't necessarily mean like kinky dominant. I just mean like kind of more domineering, if that makes sense. And they could have been kinky dominant if that's the kind of connection you had, no problem with that. But it may have extended to things outside of the bedroom to the point where it was like a little far. Essentially, the vibe that I'm getting about this Cobra person is that they either intentionally have a mask where they project this image of perfection, where they project this image like they are fully healed and that they've learned their lessons, and that, you know, they've come out on the other side, and that their work is done. They've done the work that they need to do. And that is not at all the case. In fact, I think person B may have actually really misguided person A in a lot of ways, because I think that person B projected a lot of shadows that they were unaware of on person A. But also I think that depending on the severity of this may depend, but I do think that person B, this Cobra person, they may have had a lot of stake in the image of perfection that they project. And for some of you, I'm getting the vibe that person B may have had also maybe very controlling parents, or parents with really high expectations, or if they had like a full-blown narcissistic parent. Oftentimes children of narcissistic parents pick up on narcissistic traits, so even if they're not inherently that way, it can be learned behavior as well. But I definitely think that person B is someone who doesn't show up authentically in connections. They are either intentionally deceptive in order to get what they want, or they are deceptive because they also deceive themselves and deceive they assume that there's nothing wrong with them, that if they've had any issues, it wasn't them, or if they've worked through issues, they think their healing is done, which person A, the healer, will know if they will know if they don't know already, that healing is a process that never ends, and there's no such thing as being fully healed. If being fully healed were a thing, life would have to stop happening, and that's just not the case. We're constantly growing and healing, and oftentimes things that we think we've healed come back up again in a new way, and we have to readdress them. Healing is not linear, and the process of healing is something that never ends. It just evolves and shifts, and we learn new ways to we remember and learn new ways to heal from difficult experiences. So in the case of the Cobra person, I definitely feel like they played a role in this connection where they were kind of a teacher or a leader or a guide. They definitely gave the impression to person A that they kind of have life figured out. And actually, one thing that I want to say is that it does kind of seem like person B is someone that person A kind of had to walk on eggshells around. And that's something where it may have put person A on edge a lot, because they didn't know what sort of, like even the smallest thing, that they would have no idea why it would trigger the Cobra person or anything like that. They would view, like, if they said something that accidentally triggered the Cobra person, for example, the Cobra person might lash out or might shame them or might almost like punish them in a way. And I think that the healer person really interpreted that as them doing something wrong, and really wondering, like, really blaming themselves and just fully and naively believing every word that came out of the Cobra's mouth. And I think the thing is that it was very easy to believe whatever came out of the Cobra's mouth or comes out of the Cobra's mouth, because they have such an authoritative energy. They believe what they're saying. It's like, I don't think that, I mean, for some of them, they could maybe not believe what they're saying, but I think, the Cobra person has a pretty strong ego, and I think that they crafted and cultivated a persona for themselves that is an idealized version of who they wish to see themselves as, or how they may actually see themselves, even if it's not accurate. Like, I just heard for some, like, they could have had delusions of grandeur, or they could have had just a very, very specific way of looking at themselves or role for themselves that did not match who they truly were. Like, I definitely feel like this person acted like their persona was their true colors, when in fact there was a lot of darkness that they themselves were not privy to. Because with the Lightning card here, this is someone who has a much more fragile ego than they let on, and that's why they have to be so they feel like they need to control the situation, because anything outside of their control, anything outside of their perfect image or their perfect idea of how things should be, it's not something that they're very they don't really tolerate that. And I think that this is someone who has kind of the opposite problem of the healer person, where they value their perspective more than anyone else's, and they automatically assume that they have everything figured out. In fact, it's almost like person B in this situation, they're so good at putting forth any image they want that they believe whatever they're saying. So for people that are listening to them, like, for example, the healer, who seems pretty intuitive, would naturally believe whatever the Cobra person is saying, because they're so convincing. But it's not even it's convincing is not the right word, because they're so solid in what they think. And so for person B, there's definitely this energy where they showed up in this connection and saw person A as the one with all the problems. And they felt like being in this connection with person A is like, you know, being in this connection with person A makes them feel more important, because this Cobra person likes to see themselves as a leader or a guide or a teacher, but they have more of an energy of a boss. And I'm actually I'm gonna throw one of my old bosses under the bus, because she was a boss, not a leader. And like, she wasn't a boss, she was a dictator of a fucking Abercrombie store. It was the most ridiculous thing. Like, but she could do no wrong, even though she did wrong all the time, was not a very nice person, constantly harassed and tortured people that worked for her. Just the antithesis of what a leader is. And she was a retail dictator, that's what I will say. And you couldn't tell her anything because she knew it all, even though she didn't. And just nasty attitude. I say it with peace and love, you know. I hope she's seen the light a little bit, but yeah, it's dark in those stores, so probably not. Anyway, the point of that is just kind of an example of how this can show up in, not just in like a relationship sense, but like in a work sense or something like that, where, you know, you're really kind of made to believe that you're in the wrong, or that, you know, you're not good enough because you're trying to satisfy someone who could never be satisfied and has such high standards that they don't even meet. So they literally have to craft a persona to match the high expectations that they have of others. And this is someone who really likes control. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is the reason why person B's energy is so intense is because their ego is actually so fragile. It's like as fragile as this egg, you know? It's like they have to keep things under wraps and hidden so tightly in order to not lose their perspective. And so I think that this definitely could have been a connection that was potentially, or is potentially, problematic or difficult for both parties, because you know, the healer person is going to be disempowered until they start asserting themselves, and the Cobra person is not going to see how they're disempowering the healer person, how they're actually misguiding the healer person, how they're actually, you know, they're not teaching. They are actually teaching the healer person a lot, but they're not teaching the things that they think they're teaching, if that makes sense. And I do think that I don't want to demonize person B or villainize person B, because that's not the case. You know, this is someone who is just on. I don't want to invalidate any damage that this person may have done, but I also don't want to like villainize someone who, you know, maybe is just pretty egotistical. You know, people with big egos are often hiding really deep wounds. And I think that in the Cobra person's case, they've needed that perspective of, I've got everything figured out, I'm fine, I don't need, you know, other people should be listening to me. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if this is someone who really likes the sound of their own voice, or really just shares their thoughts and opinions a lot. Like, they might have a blog, they might they might drink their own Kool-Aid, for example, or maybe they used to, because depending on past or present, this could be either or. But this is definitely someone who said they were one thing and acted a different way. Their true colors were not what they purported them to be. They projected an image of them on the surface that matches their idealized perception of themselves, but in order to uphold that idealized perception, they have to go to extreme lengths to pretend to be something that they're not. And in fact, it creates a lot of darkness and anguish within this person that they may not realize, because they're trapped in a prison of their own expectations. Whereas for the healer person, they really valued whatever the Cobra person had to say or what they thought, and it may have really led the healer person astray down a path that, you know, was more destructive than helpful in certain ways, because they really just took and trusted what this Cobra person was telling them at face value. And I feel like, you know, this is an excellent example of how, you know, how powerful and how blinding our egos can be if we're not aware of how they manifest, and how this is a great example of how perfectionism can be not a great thing, and how giving our power away cannot be a great thing either. But let's go ahead and go a bit deeper, because I feel like I'm just talking in circles now, which I do think that person B does. They're very good at saying whatever they need to say. And I did also want to mention as well, in terms of signs, person A could have Capricorn, like I said, Capricorn energy or water energy, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. They don't have to. And then for the person B, we have fire energies, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, so they don't have to have those. But I definitely think in terms of fire energy, there's a lot of, you know, fire can either be connected to spirit or connected to ego. And I think well, I guess all of them, all elements can be connected to spirit and ego. But in fire's case, a fiery ego can be particularly destructive and particularly aggressive, and it can definitely overpower and silence people who are more passive and less certain of themselves. And so it's kind of the irony here is that person A actually has far more intuitive awareness and knowledge and wisdom within them than person B did, but they genuinely believed everything person B was telling them and valued what person B was telling them over what they knew in their heart to be true. And as a result, you know, person A likely learned some lessons that may have been tough. So speaking of lessons, let's go ahead and see what lessons both parties here are or were meant to learn. So for person A, we have the new pearl. And for person B, we have the peacock's tail. And so I actually want to start with person B, because this is an excellent example of how, you know, this could literally be someone who is just, they weren't coming from an inherently destructive place, and they weren't coming from a malicious place, but they may not have realized, you know, that their perspective is not the only one. Like Spirit was showing me that episode of South Park I think it's called Smuggler, and it's about like everyone in South Park starts buying Priuses, and then they like become obsessed with the smell of their own farts. I don't know, it's really funny, but you know, in this case, I definitely feel like person B, you know, they may not have realized how far up their own ass they could be at times, and how smug and how other people perceive them. Like they may have thought that, you know, they're genuinely helping people and they're genuinely showing people like this is the way things should be. And their lesson in this connection, what they're meant to learn is that they're wrong. The peacock's tail is all about multidimensionality and opening up to perspectives outside of ourselves. And I think that what's interesting is, and y'all gonna have to tell me this in the comments, I don't know if all of the person B's have learned this lesson or will learn this lesson, because one vibe that I'm getting is that person A is just one of many people meant to be in person B's life to show them that there's so much more to life than their perspective, and that in fact their perspective can actually be more destructive than helpful, not only to others but to themselves. And you know, really what they're meant to learn is that there is value in wisdom and perspectives outside of their own. I feel like person B, if they haven't learned this lesson, they don't respect anyone else's opinions. They put their own opinion and their own perspective on a pedestal, and they do not value the perspectives of others, especially perspectives of others that they perceive to be weaker or more naive than them. They definitely have a very like grandiose sense of their wisdom, and I don't think a lot of that is wisdom. I think it's just their opinions that they think are, oh god, that's aggressive spirit. I just heard like Andrew Tate energy, but I'm like, that is extreme. So I would say like that is, and I guess let me just explain this really quickly for people who are newer to collective readings. It's really important to remember that when you're doing collective readings, or well, when I'm doing them, I'm gonna pick up on the most intense energies. And so it's really important to trust in your heart what you know to be true about your situation, because not every person B is this like intense and extreme, but there are some person Bs that are. And so I have to bring those up, but also stress that it's not every single person B, and that person B is not inherently evil or malicious, but their behavior can come across that way. I think it's a lot about knowing like, is there a heart underneath what they're doing? Like, are they protecting a really fragile ego, or do they just literally like, is it literally pathology? Like, I feel like it's going to be different for all of you, but I hope that clarifies things. I'm just trying to keep things clear. So for person A, their lesson's really important. With the new pearl being here, this connection is meant to teach them a lot of lessons, and they're not fun lessons. You know, a pearl doesn't come about in a fun, happy way. You know, a pearl is formed when a single grain of sand gets into an oyster's mouth and it becomes an irritant. And it's through that irritation and lots of time and patience that it slowly forms into a pearl. So for the healer person, there wasn't just one lesson that they were meant to learn from this connection. It's many, many, many things. But the biggest things that they're meant to learn is this is a connection where person A did have to learn the hard way about the truth of this situation, and about how just going with the flow and allowing whatever to happen and just trusting things at face value and not trusting what they're feeling intuitively can actually get them into trouble and create more harm than good. But the thing to be aware of is that despite how challenging these lessons may be or have been, and although, you know, they may not be the preferred method of learning these lessons, that was the path, or is the path, that person A chose. And as a result, you know, this is a wisdom and lesson in trusting themselves more, and recognizing that their perspective and their intuition and you know, their life experiences are valid, and that just because someone seems more sure and more certain of their perspective doesn't mean that it's the truth. It just means they're more aggressive about it and more confident in what they think. But in the case of the healer person, you know, the lessons that they're meant to learn here are gaining wisdom from frustrating and irritating experiences. And this might be an uncomfortable truth for some, but I really think that this connection, maybe not for all of you, especially if it's like a work situation or something where you were kind of stuck in this person's environment. I think the only way I'm thinking of this is if it's in a romantic context or in like a close friend context, where it seems like the healer person could have avoided this person or this situation entirely, but it's precisely because they weren't discerning. And this is not me like blaming anyone or anything. This is just like life experience. Like, if they needed to gain the wisdom in order to recognize that it's important to be more discerning. I don't ever want to come off like I'm, you know, shaming person A or anything like that, because it's nothing to be ashamed of. But it's essentially like this connection was meant to bring about Saturn energy within the healer person, and to recognize that they have to be the ones that are willing and confident enough to cut things off when it's not serving them, to, you know, value their own wisdom, to value their perspective, and to set boundaries with people who are not afraid to overstep them. I feel like with, you know, just with this new Pearl card, the healer person, this connection is just the opportunity for them to gain a lot of wisdom and life experience and learn a lot about the value in your own perspective, and how convincing people can be when they believe their own shit. You know what I mean? I really think that this is something where it's like the lessons for the healer person are multidimensional, and I think that lessons and wisdom that they have gained from this connection and from the experiences of this connection continue, like there continues to be pearls of wisdom and new things to learn from this situation. And I feel like the healer person is just recognizing that, you know, while maybe for some this situation could have been avoided, I think one thing that's important is to not beat themselves up about it, but to instead recognize, like, I needed to have this experience in order to know better, in order to learn, in order to gain wisdom. I wouldn't have like, the healer person was doing the best they could with the knowledge they had, and their natural inclination is or was to just go with the flow. And I think that they're realizing, you know, I feel like the Cobra person really made the healer person question their reality a lot, because they might have brought things up to the Cobra person, or brought things up about what they're going through, and the Cobra person would just maybe invalidate them, or be like, no, you're way off touch, or whatever it may be. And it's like, for some, the Cobra person didn't mean harm by that. They just literally thought that the healer person was wrong. And for others, you know, I think the Cobra person probably didn't like when the fish person brought up their concerns and actually stood up for themselves and spoke for themselves. I bet they did not like that Saturn energy, because they probably felt like they were being argumentative, or, you know, making... Ew. I just remembered Cobra Tate. I was just like, ugh. Like I've said, it's not like all of them are like that. That would be an extreme end, but excellent example of someone who smells their own farts on a daily basis. Anyway, but and so that's an excellent example of how destructive a perception like that, you know, someone who just literally smells their own farts all the time. But anyway, point of that being that if you are person A, we're meant to teach person B that there's value and wisdom in other perspectives outside of themselves. Now, will they learn that? I don't know. But did they? I don't know. I think it honestly depends on, you know, just on each person. I think some people will, and I think that actually for some of you, you know, this may be someone from your past, but you may have, you know, healed this and like kind of left on good terms or whatever. Because I think that for some of you, you know, you're just like, I just want peace, and, you know, I've learned from this. I'm ready to move forward. But I think it's just going to depend for all of you. But it definitely for the Cobra person, they're meant to realize that their shit stinks just as much as everyone else's does, and the idea that they are beyond reproach or beyond work, that their work is done, is just pure delusion. So let's go ahead and look at this last card, which represents the true reason why you met this person, why this person was in your life, or you're in each other's lives. And we have the Raven's Head. So in this case, this is all about recognizing that the work, it's time to do, it's time to get to work. And what I mean by that is, I think that this situation is meant to help you both realize that you have a lot of work to do on yourselves. And that's why I think for a lot of you, this may be a more past energy, where like this connection could have been a catalyst for you to recognize, you know, where you needed healing, or what inner work you needed to do. And see, the beautiful thing is that if person B is, you know, is just someone with a stronger ego and just kind of was really rooted in their own limiting beliefs, this connection is meant to show them as well that they have a lot of work to do. This is like slice of humble pie shit. But that's not necessarily the case for all of you. I feel like for some person B's, they're just not going to they're not going to see that. But the common theme for everyone that chose this pile, you know, you were meant to learn from this connection that, you know, avoiding the inner work is just going to lead you to more problems, and that recognizing that going within and starting to really do that work and work on yourself and work on your goals and work on what it is that you want to achieve and who you want to be in the life that you want to lead. You know, for person A, it's recognizing, okay, I really need to invest in myself more. I need to stop giving my power away to people who are power hungry, or people who who don't respect my opinion, or don't respect the way that I see things, or refuse to look at things the way that I see them. You know, it's obvious that like this is not a person that their perspective is not the gospel. And I think in the case of person A, what they're meant to learn, and the reason they met this person, is to realize, okay, I really needed to work on myself and really cultivate the elements within me that allowed myself to be vulnerable to an avoidable situation, or led me to believing and drinking someone else's Kool-Aid when it really just disempowered me, brought me further away from myself, and made me realize, like, okay, I really need to heal. I really need to shed skin. It's time to get to work. Like, this is quintessential. Like, for example, if this was a relationship, like, this is quintessential energy where it's like the relationship ends and you realize, like, okay, I really need to work on myself. I really need to heal. And I think that in an ideal situation, hopefully both parties recognize that they had work to do, and that it was time to get to work and start really being serious about it, rather than, you know, running away from it or living in delusion that their perspective is the end all be all, or that their work is done. Because what you both are meant to realize is that your work is just beginning. Because even for the healer person, they may have felt like they were coming into this situation from a very balanced and healed perspective, and what they may not have realized is that they were kind of blind to elements of self-betrayal within them, that and elements of, you know, feeling like they needed to give their power away in order to feel safe. So to summarize, why did you two meet each other? To become aware of what you both were not seeing about yourselves and about the world, and to help both of you live a life more aligned with your truths, and to help the both of you realize, just help you both realize things. Honestly, you're just meant to realize things. And I think for the healer person, especially, I think that there's a lot of valuable pearls of wisdom that this connection provided, even though they may have been provided in ways that were less than ideal. That's just how the cookie crumbled, I guess. And for, you know, person B, whether they acknowledge the work that they need to do or not, they still benefited the healer person in the long run, because they empowered them to realize a lot of truths within themselves and help them take their power back. This connection is like quintessential catalyst energy. It's like you both were catalysts. Well, I mean, person B is definitely a catalyst for person A's healing, growth, and awareness. And I think that person A now, you know, has the ability to see things a lot more clearly and not look at things through rose-colored glasses or through a lens of naivety. And person B, you know, either gets a shattered perspective that makes them realize, oh, I was so wrong and I actually have so much work to do, it's not even funny. Or they can continue to live in a world of their own delusion. It's up to them. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the tarot now. I know we're only going to pull a few cards, and essentially just what I'm going to do is ask your spiritual team, or whatever unconditionally loving higher guidance you believe in, or if it's just the unconditional love of the universe, just what you need to know about this situation, if there's anything that I missed, and just what you need to know. So, Spirit, what does pile 3 need to know about this situation? We have the Queen of Wands. We have the 10 of Wands. And we have the 9 of Swords. And on the back of the deck, we have the Star in reverse. But I meant to put all of them up, right? But the Star, yeah. This is like, this is kind of exactly what I was saying. This connection is meant to help you heal. And that, in fact, you have so much more light and power within you. And it's even in the Queen of Wands. Like, this connection was definitely meant to bring you closer to yourself, to bring you closer to your own spirituality, to help you be more confident in your truth. You know, the Queen of Wands, like, she's a badass bitch. Like, she don't take no shit. And I think in this case, you know, one valuable thing you could take from this connection is learning, like, if you're person A, learning how to embrace that fiery energy and advocate for yourself more fiercely, and trust in your wisdom, trust in your intuition, trust in what you know, trust in your worthiness, trust in your ability to lead, in your ability to share wisdom. You have wisdom to share with others, lots of wisdom. I mean, pearls are everywhere here. And actually what's so interesting, and the sun coming out, like, definitely if you dealt with darker times, like, these dark times are not meant to last. And actually, in fact, like, if you're still healing from this situation, or you feel like things won't get better, that you won't heal, I feel like this is a sign that you will heal. And even though it may not seem conceivable right now, it doesn't mean it won't be in the future, and that you have much brighter days ahead, and that, you know, true light brings happiness and satisfaction. This is false light. This is ego light that makes people think that their work is done, or that they're above reproach. And I think what's just really interesting is that when I was trying to pull this deck up, is the pearl in this card, you know, the snake's not touching it. It's like the tail's kind of blocking it from view, but it's also not grabbing it. It's not holding on to it in any way. And so I definitely feel like for person A, the lesson that needed to be learned can and will happen no matter what. For person B, it's going to depend on the person, but ultimately, this connection serves, not in the way that's preferable or necessary, but this is learning about what you don't want, or learning about what isn't conducive for your growth, so that you can heal, so that you can find things that are aligned with you. Because with the star here, the star is all about healing. Not only that, but having hope and positivity towards the future. And I think in this case with the 10 of Wands and the 9 of Swords is that, you know, someone that puts, like, first of all, the 10 of Wands being here, this is your guide saying that no person or situation is worth so much stress. Like, I definitely feel like you may have carried this situation without realizing it, or you may still be carrying a lot of wounds, or you may even shame yourself for experiencing this connection or getting into this connection. And I especially want to say, you know, if this person was older than you, like, that is a very common tactic in people like person B, if they're which you could be person B watching. I would say it's far more likely that most of you are person A, because person B probably thinks tarot is bullshit. Just saying. But in the case of this 10 of Wands, I feel like Spirit wants you to understand that, you can't shame yourself for what you didn't know. You had to have these experiences so that you could know. And sure, maybe you could have avoided it if you acted differently in the past, but you didn't. And I think one thing that you need to understand is that it's not that the universe directly put this person in your life to make your life worse, to make your life hell, and like teach you a lesson in a cruel way. But sometimes we literally have to, you know, go straight into the devil's den in order to realize what the devil's den looks like, and why the devil's den is not someone where you want to be. I don't know why Skrillex might be significant, because that song started playing. But with the Nine of Swords being here, I feel like what you need to know is that you didn't do anything wrong, and that you need to stop. Well, I mean, okay, you didn't do anything wrong. We all do wrong shit all the time. I think what it is you need to you need to be able to forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for what you didn't know. Forgive yourself for being human. You were doing the best you could at the time it happened with the knowledge you had. And, you know, some of our most valuable, important lessons come from tough, difficult experiences. And I will say from personal experience, I have experienced a connection like this, and, you know, while I would never, ever, 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 ever want to deal with it again, it was a very valuable learning experience for me, and it taught me everything about what I don't want in a connection with another person, what qualities I don't like, and it taught me so much about myself and about my power and about my worth, and it was my catalyst for healing. And so if you feel like you can't heal, or that you're too far beyond healing, you know, that's not the case. And while it may take time for things to get easier and for things to start becoming more clear, I feel like what you need to know is that you are not your thoughts. And, you know, situations like this can create a lot of doubt and anxiety and fear within ourselves, but that doesn't mean that it should persist. In fact, I would really encourage you, you know, if you're really struggling with anxiety, or really struggling with ruminating thoughts, or really struggling with letting go of the past, I really think that talking to someone could be helpful. A specific form of therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, could be helpful. But, you know, I would actually look up the different types of therapy. I can't list all of them off of my head, but I feel like especially if this situation was particularly traumatic for you, and you're carrying a lot of this weight, even though you may feel like you've healed a lot from it, and, you know, it's not something that tortures you every day, you may not be aware of the stress you're still carrying from it, and how you may almost be a little bit too prideful to kind of admit that there's elements of it that still bother you, or that still bring you dis-ease and a lack of peace. And I think that Spirit is really saying, you're healing, you deserve to heal. You don't deserve to carry these burdens alone, or in silence and isolation. You know, I think Spirit's really encouraging you. Like, yes, it is wonderful to have more confidence in yourself and to trust yourself to be able to work through problems on your own, but that doesn't mean you should carry the weight of your problems all on your own. You know, that's why like things like therapy exist. Like, it could be really, really helpful and really illuminating to talk to someone who's a professional that can help you, because I feel like it would help you unpack things in a way where it's less, where it's much easier to not blame yourself. And, you know, an outside perspective can also help you see things from a realistic perspective, rather than from, you know, your subjective perspective. You know, someone who has an objective outside look, they can often reframe things for you and show you alternative ways of looking at things, and give you tools for healing, and tools for you know, not allowing this situation to close you off from life and to be fearful of everyone. You know, you're not meant to just live your life in fear. The situation is meant to help you heal, and sometimes we have to really we have to hit rock bottom in order to, start healing. It takes, everybody learns differently, and, life, no one leaves this earth unscathed, and life is hard, and connections are challenging, and it's very easy to blame ourselves, especially when, the person that we have issues with is very convinced that they're not in the wrong. People that really believe their own bullshit can be very powerful with it, as we were talking about earlier with Taint Man. But anyway, I feel like what Spirit needs you to know is that healing is a divine gift of yours and a divine birthright. But also, if you're person B, I need you to know that you are meant to heal too. Obviously, when we hurt people, we have to deal with the repercussions of that, but that doesn't mean you need to villainize yourself forever and beat yourself up forever. You also deserve to heal. You also deserve to find your happiness and find your peace and find your healing, because that's what will bring you true contentment. Because obviously trying to live a lie of perfectionism is just going to keep you stuck in a cycle of self-harm and a cycle of illusions that don't serve you. So no matter who you are, I feel like what you need to know is that you don't need to carry these burdens by yourself. And in fact, it's wonderful that you've gained a sense of confidence and can trust yourself more, but you don't have to carry everything by yourself. In fact, your only goal from this, really all your guides want you to do is to recognize that, one, obviously healing is a process and that it takes time, but also, just because you have experience in healing things on your own or learning how to heal on your own doesn't mean you need to do it on your own. And in fact, sometimes it can be a lot more helpful to have someone who has experience in these situations to help us heal with us. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish this off with some advice. So I'm gonna pull from 2 different decks. I'm actually just gonna move this out of the way, and I think this is an auspicious sign that owls are a sign of wisdom, and I think that especially if you're struggling to look at things from an objective perspective, someone who has experience in this can give you a lot of clarity and help you see things more clearly. Like literally these glasses, like it's almost like you need to see things through the lens of truth and the lens of objectivity. And I think that if you're having trouble doing that yourself, there's no shame in asking for help or seeking help. So first we're going to look at what you need to surrender. So Spirit, what does pile 3 need to surrender at this time? Surrender denial. Accept people and situations exactly as they are without denying the difficulties. Then you can see things clearly and make the best decisions. We also have surrender fear. Let go of fearful stories you are telling yourself. Stay in the moment. Focus on solutions and celebrate every baby step forward. We also have surrender your attachment to results. The formula for success is to do all you can to make things happen, then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. And we have surrender worry. Make a commitment to not lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that Spirit is guiding you always. Obviously, like just breathing through anxiety is not always very easy. But one thing I will say, another thing from personal experience is, and I actually only just realized this recently because I've always had I've had generalized anxiety my entire life. And it's only been in this past year when I've really prioritized my healing and only allowing people into my space that uplift me, that don't stress me out, that don't add to my stress, that I realized how much of my anxiety wasn't mine in the first place, but it was just the anxiety of keeping up with the expectations of people that didn't have my best interests at heart, the anxiety of just carrying other people's shit for them without even realizing it. So, it's hard to imagine your life without anxiety if you're very used to having it. But what I really need you to know is that, man, when you feel it, when you get that first hit of peace and you start to gradually feel more and more at peace, the more you'll realize how fucking valuable it is, and the less the less you'll tolerate disturbing your peace. Because trust me, it's hard to imagine a peaceful life when you don't feel peace, but once you do, oh my God, there's nothing better. Nothing better. And obviously life is not meant to always be peaceful, but we are meant to, peace is something that every human deserves to have and feel and to realign with. Life is not meant to constantly be stressed. Stress is one of the biggest killers in the world, and peace is so important. So we're just going to finish off with some positive guidance now. We have self-love. It's time to fall in love with yourself. You come first. We have yes. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you are asking or wondering about, the answer is a strong yes. The timing is right and you're ready to move forward. We have heal. Allow yourself time to heal. Be kind to yourself right now. And on the back of the deck, we have trust and receive. Amazing work. Your persistence is paying off. Trust the process and expect to receive very soon. So pile 3, I am going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and show appreciation for what I do. But if you would like to express appreciation in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be part of my notification squad. I respond to people more often when I first upload, and also I have seen some people not getting uploads in their subscription box. So if you're worried about missing uploads, make sure that notifications are on. But I also have merch, which is linked below, and then I have social media, but do be aware that I don't offer personal readings, so anyone claiming to be me on social media and offering you a personal reading is a scammer and a fucking liar, and I don't know, they suck. They smell their own farts. So pile 3, I'm gonna leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the green Moonstone and the Apparition Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why you met the person on your mind. Hopefully I pick up on them. So we're going to use the tarot to go deeper later, but what we're going to do to start is to confirm this is your pile, or at least a pile that will resonate. So we are going to be looking at things in a person A, person B style format, and it will be up to you to determine which side is you and which side is your person. Now, if you resonate with both sides, that is absolutely okay. That is often indicative of mirroring, and sometimes you're going to be person A, B, because there's elements that you and the other person are learning, and they go hand in hand, if that makes sense. So that is okay if that is the case. And then if it does not resonate, I ask that you try not to force it and make something fit that doesn't. It's just not necessary. Information is only useful if it has use to you. So let's go ahead and start now by looking at the overall energies of these two. So to start with person A, we have the Mystic, we have the Starfish, and we have Synchronicity. So just to start, these two are going to represent person A in general, and this card represents how person A is experiencing the connection. And then for person B, we have the Pilgrim, we have the Nightingale, and as for how they're experiencing this connection, we have Neptune. So let me make sure that all of these are in the frame. I do not want, that's not all right. Okay, we can move these over here. Okay, cool, got it. All right, so let's start. I'm actually gonna say right off the bat, I would say of all 4 piles, this is the one where I would say it's most likely that y'all are gonna experience some mirroring, because I can already see how there's flip-flopped elements here. And there's a lot of similarities. And I want to actually start by talking about how person A and person B are both similar. So in terms of similarities, person A and B are both seekers. You're both, what's the best word? Yearning for something deeper, yearning to understand the non-understandable. A yearning to understand your role, to understand the roles of others, to understand how we can evolve, how we can find our potential, how we can grow into who we're meant to be. And it does seem like one of the biggest differences between person A and person B is how each of them are seeking their wisdom, how each of them are exploring and express the desire to seek in the world, or just how they literally go about seeking in the world. So starting with the mystic starfish person, this is definitely someone who is way deeper than they let on. Person A is someone who has a very beautiful inner world of their own. This person A could be really fascinated by metaphysical things, by the unanswerable questions. It does seem like the mystic starfish person is constantly committed to their own transformation, their own evolution, and to understanding not only themselves, but the inner workings and mechanisms of the universe, the deeper reasons behind why we do what we do. This is just a fearless seeker who's always questioning. And for the mystic person, their outer world and outer experiences may not change too much. In fact, starfish often are seen laying on rocks or chilling on the sides of tanks. I mean, they're not always walking around like Patrick Star, if you know what I mean. But I think that for the mystic person, their journey is they're able to explore the universe through exploring themselves and through exploring it through other texts, ideas, things written by others, through their passions, through their desire to learn. Both parties here have a desire to learn, a desire for knowledge, a desire for more understanding and self-actualization. And for the pilgrim person, person B, their journey is much more outward in nature, but it's the outward journey for them that is the inward journey needed, if that makes sense. So whereas the mystic may not really need to leave their outer environment or go looking for what it is they're seeking, the pilgrim person does, because the mystic person is more so, their matter of learning and understanding is more effective and nourishing on a soul, heart, and mental level. And for the pilgrim person, in order to get healing, understanding, and integration of lessons on a soul, heart, mental level, they need to explore things through the physical. So I would say it is far more likely that the mystic person is maybe operates more in the upper chakras. So the mystic person, for example, could struggle with things like being grounded, racing thoughts. The lower chakras may just be weaker in the mystic person, whereas the pilgrim person may have much stronger lower chakras and weaker upper chakras, if that makes sense. But that doesn't have to be the case. The way our chakras operate also fluctuate based on what our energy is and what we're doing. But I definitely think that there is these two in this connection are like two sides of the same coin. They're both ultimately seeking their truth, seeking answers, seeking understanding for things greater than just themselves. And I think one challenge that both parties have always run into is trying to exist within a society that's not interested in understanding them. These are two people that are very misunderstood and that have come to accept that in different ways, and as a result to cope with it in different ways. So in the case of the mystic person, this starfish card really indicates that the mystic person gave up a long time ago on sharing a lot of their ideas and deeper inner workings with other people. Not because they felt like other people weren't worthy of that knowledge, but they just realized many people weren't interested in connecting with them in that way. And it's quite possible the mystic person is very physically attractive, or is viewed as physically attractive, or just has a very alluring aura. I mean, it's likely that their aura is alluring since they're very mystical in nature. And so I think for the mystic person, they have learned to just adapt to the surface level needs of the people around them. This is someone who has learned to not reveal the deeper parts of themselves because it's too painful to have those aspects of themselves misunderstood. It's easier to just show up and allow people to perceive as little of them as possible, as little of them as they can share as possible, rather than be open about what they experience and what their truth is, and have people who can't see that or don't understand it yet shit all over it. It's kind of a protective mechanism where it's just like, it's a useless, the mystic person sees it as a useless endeavor to communicate their experiences and the depth at which they experience them, because it's like trying to explain astrophysics to kindergartners. It's not the fault of either side. It's just the mystic person is aware that the things that they care about and the things that they're passionate about are not, a lot of people are just not going to be able to meet them at that level. And I think also there's a little bit of an element here where their sharing their inner nature with people became incredibly dehumanizing. I would say especially towards the opposite sex. I mean, I guess if they're interested in the opposite sex, I guess with romantic interest in general, if this is romantic. I will say for a lot of you, this is highly likely going to be romantic. If it is not, I will ask you to just filter out the romantic messages, because for the majority of you, that's what this is going to be. But anyway, for the mystic person, I definitely think that they exist on the surface when they have to, but that's not something that they want to do. With this being a water card here, this mystic person could have Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces placements. They certainly don't have to. But one thing that I think that they have just understood is that their deeper emotions and their core self, their core energy is something that deserves to be loved and held and cherished and appreciated for what it is. And so the starfish person, mystic person, has learned to covet those and keep them protected and hidden, because it's too deeply, their true nature is too meaningful to them, and it should be too meaningful for them to freely give it away and allow other people to kind of shit all over it, to be quite honest. And for the pilgrim person, I definitely feel like the pilgrim person has gotten a lot of flack for maybe being non-committal or flaky, or just kind of sporadic and less predictable. I think that the pilgrim might get a lot of crap from people who don't understand the desire to constantly be seeking. You know, for people who really need structure and stability in their external reality, they may have a hard time understanding the pilgrim. And I think one thing that the pilgrim struggles with is, you know, questions from people like, oh, when are you going to settle down? Or when are you going to give up on that dream and, you know, come and do this? It's like, I feel like the pilgrim gets shit on in different ways, where it's like people, I just realized I didn't take the rest of my supplements. So if I guess I needed to do that right now, so sorry. Oh shit, I didn't swallow it right. Oh, and speaking of tough pills to swallow, I definitely think for the pilgrim person, they've had a lot of tough pills to swallow in their life, where I think, and actually the bird, a swallow, could be significant as well. Anyway, the pilgrim is someone who is learning to not feel bad about their inquisitive nature and their desire to seek, their desire to explore. It is very much in their design to need to go out into the world and to have experiences that bring them closer to themselves. The pilgrim is someone who would not benefit from the mystic's way of exploring the universe, because the pilgrim needs a more ground up way of understanding the world, and the mystic person needs a more top down way of understanding things. So for the pilgrim person, or I mean the mystic person as a top-down, needs a top-down way of viewing things. The mystic person doesn't need to leave their bedroom in order to go on grand adventures. In fact, the mystic person might have like really vivid dreams. They might, meditation might be really easy. Clairvoyance is a big thing that I'm seeing here. But there is just a level of divinity within each of these individuals, because there's a refusal to give up on their inner nature, no matter what kind of flack they get from the outside world. I think for the pilgrim person, though, there is a feeling of where they may have learned to use their words in ways that can help them or hinder them. This is definitely, the pilgrim person is someone who, they could be very musically gifted or gifted in writing, claircognizance, in words. They could be a writer, or they could just be a very persuasive person or talker. And I think at times this can be a blessing and a curse, because the pilgrim person has learned to navigate people. And I think one of the biggest things that the pilgrim person is learning is that, you know, it doesn't matter where you go in the world, it doesn't matter what you do, people are kind of the same everywhere. Like, of course we all have nuances and we all are unique, but tarot is, well, these are all oracle cards right now, but tarot in of itself and these oracle cards are just representing archetypal images of the human experience. And I think one thing the pilgrim is realizing is that it's less about where you go and more about how it impacts you. I think the pilgrim person is learning about the world through their own adventures and explorations. And for some of you, I heard that the pilgrim person might be touring or something like that, or they could be someone who travels for their job, and like traveling is necessary for them, or even if it's not like world travel or something like that. I feel like this pilgrim person is someone who just needs adventure, needs excitement. Like, this kind of gives me Mars and Gemini energy, like constantly needing, not needing, or maybe it kind of gives me some Gemini energy and Sagittarius energy. But with the Nightingale here, we do have the air signs. I almost said Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces again. The air signs are Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini. So they could have those placements, but they certainly don't have to. I definitely think that the pilgrim person leads with the mental body, whereas the mystic person leads from their emotional body. And while neither is better or worse, they have strengths and weaknesses with both. I think for the mystic person, they are learning to utilize more practical lessons in their life. They are learning to use logic to their benefit rather than to their detriment. I feel like for the mystic person, it's about, a lot of their journey is about grounding the wisdom they already have, but also becoming aware of the illusions of blockages within their life that stops them from being themselves. I definitely feel like the mystic person struggles more with asserting who they are in the world, which is why it is so natural for them to just stay on the surface and just allow the people around them to project whatever they think onto them, because at the end of the day, they know that's not their truth. But this does shoot themselves in the foot a little bit, because I think that the mystic person might get hurt sometimes because they realize just how little people truly see them for them. But then there's also that awareness of, well, I don't really give people much to work with in the first place, so I guess I can't be surprised that they assume XYZ, but that's better than me trying to explain myself to someone who is committed to misunderstanding me, or to someone who doesn't have the capacity to understand me. Whereas for the pilgrim, there is much more like this energy of, I'm gonna do me, and I have to do me, and anyone who has a problem with that can fuck right off. And I think this is definitely a beautiful energy, but I think for the pilgrim person, the seeking of of experiences through their material world and physical reality is something where they are learning about what they're truly seeking versus what they're not. I think because the mystic is much more of an internal explorer, and like an astral explorer, they kind of have a deeper awareness and understanding of what they need to be seeking, or what they have a better idea of what's true to them, what's meaningful to them, because they have a more natural connection to their emotional body and their heart space. Whereas for the pilgrim person, because they're exploring in the material world, it takes more time for them to understand what is actually satisfying for them and what isn't, because there's always new things happening. Because the pilgrim person is constantly seeking new experiences, seeking new ways of being, it creates this energy where it's almost like they're turning over tons of different rocks and realizing it doesn't matter what the rock looks like, there's just dirt underneath. And it's like, why are you spending all this time turning rocks? Maybe you should be doing something like more fun with your time, like rocking out. Maybe that's more meaningful. I think the point of what I'm trying to say with this energy coming through with the pilgrim is that it takes longer for them to understand what they're truly seeking, because there's a lot that glitters that isn't gold, and they have to kind of explore everything that tickles their fancy, explores everything that's interesting to them in order to understand what works for them and what doesn't. And so one thing that I think that the pilgrim person has often been frustrated with, and the pilgrim person might actually deal with some, I actually think both parties here might deal with some issues of avoidance, whereas like I feel like the mystic might kind of avoid things that they need to do because it's just so much easier to kind of escape into their own inner world. And I think that for the pilgrim person, it is easy to avoid things that they may need to face because they can quite literally escape the environment that's requiring them to grow and change. And so one of the things for the pilgrim is that their environment, a big lesson that they are learning is that their environment is not like, they can't just run away from everything forever. Like, things eventually catch up to them, and even a change of environment is still not going to eradicate the things that they need to face. So let's talk about how these two experience this connection with one another, because it's really powerful. There is a huge recognition here, and it could have happened when these two met, but this is like, oh, you're like me. And there may not be conscious awareness of that, especially not in the pilgrim. I feel like the mystic probably picked up on it more than the pilgrim, because the mystic is able to recognize that there's more than meets the eye, whereas the pilgrim person knows that there's more than meets the eye, but because they're constantly exploring new things, new stimuli, new adventures, it takes more time for them to kind of connect the dots about the underlying truths of what they're exploring and seeking. And I think one thing for the pilgrim is that if they have which I believe they have, if you're here watching this reading, I mean, for some of you, this may be a future energy that they're meant to understand, but the pilgrim person may have started their adventures in a lighthearted way, like just wanting to explore the world, meet new people, things like that. And after kind of like sowing their wild oats a little bit, I think they're realizing this isn't enough. Sheer exploration for just the benefit of new stimuli and just the benefit of trying different things, it's not satisfying me in the way it once did. It's like getting the same shiny new toys and realizing like, oh, I don't need a toy, I need a tool. I need something that is more effective for the person I am now. So in this case, the way that the pilgrim person experiences this connection is Neptune energy. This connection led to a deeper spiritual awakening within them, the mystic within them, because there is just as much a mystic in the pilgrim as there is in the mystic. And for the mystic, there is also a pilgrim within them. Both parties here are on a journey of seeking, on a journey of finding satisfaction and understanding what what is truly nourishing on a soul level for them and what is meaningful. And I think for the mystic, what's hard is that they can get so lost in their own spiritual sauce at times. They forget or they're unsure of how to ground these deep truths that they're discovering, these deep realizations that they're having into the world in a practical way that's beneficial. Because, you know, mysticism as a form of escapism is no more effective than escapism on a physical level of just running to the next destination or whatever. So, like I said, the pilgrim person, the way that they experience this connection is a realization that this is something greater. And I think this connection for them has illuminated a lot of what is not working, what they don't need anymore. For the pilgrim person, there is an awareness that this connection is greater than just them. Like, this is not just a connection for fun. This is a connection that has deep meaning. And I think for the pilgrim person, it's like they may not have realized that's what they were seeking, but it's through meeting the mystic person and being in this connection with the mystic person that they understand this connection is greater than either of us individually, and this connection is leading me to the deeper yearnings of my soul that I haven't been able to access because my awareness has been more so limited to the immediate outside world and the physical experiences of it and how they just affect me. But it's gotten the pilgrim in this understanding of I am not an individual just running around in the world doing whatever I need to do. Well, they kind of are, but on a much deeper level, you know, they're a soul having an experience, and that their way of exploring the world and understanding themselves is not only valid, but their way of being and exploring the world can actually be beneficial when they connect their natural ways of being to a deeper purpose that drives them forward more so than just the fickle feelings of excitement or lust towards, and I don't even mean lust towards like people. I mean like lust towards material items, lust towards food. Like, man, there's not a day goes by that I don't lust after mozzarella sticks. But you know, it's something where this is the pilgrim person realizing the difference between what is truly nourishing and what is actually going to feed their soul, because they fed their, it's almost like it's not that they fed their ego, they've fed a lot of the earlier experiences that they've needed to in order to reach the stepping stone where they can start kind of going within and taking action in their outside world that aligns with deeper meaning for them. And see, I feel like with their energy, you know, especially if the pilgrim person is a creative person, someone who does use their voice or their words in a way to help empower others or a way to express their truths, they are learning this process is helping them connect their mental body to their heart space, so that when they use their words, they can use them in a more powerful, heart-centered way. It's not just logos and ethos now, they're integrating pathos. And so for this pilgrim person, this connection is the light bulb moment, the opportunity for them to connect to their own inner mystic. Neptune is the mystic's planet. So when the pilgrim is engaged in this connection, the mystic's deeper insights, the mystic's true nature brings out the mystic nature within the pilgrim. And so I think one thing that is incredibly illuminating and honestly, like, I feel like I want to cry right now, and I think it's the mystic person that would want to cry, and I think it's because the pilgrim person is one of the first people to ever actually see beyond the surface that they share, or just even have the capacity to understand. Actually, let me take that back. Not necessarily the capacity to understand, but the desire to understand the mystic's inner workings. And if there's awareness that they don't understand, a dedication to trying to understand until they can, or even if they can't, an acceptance of, even if they don't understand it, there's pure acceptance between these two. And what they may not realize about that is, I think that they actually depending on where these two are at in this connection. Like I said, this could be where this connection is at presently, and how each party engages with it could be different. But I definitely think that there are two deep inner natures that are recognizing that there have been parts of them that have almost been untouchable, unreachable, unseeable until these two found each other and saw each other. And so for the pilgrim person, you know, they're learning to show up in a way that's more, well, like, I guess actually not learning. It's not a learning thing, it's an activation thing. The mystic activated energies within the pilgrim that they were ready to experience by the time they met the mystic. So the mystic is helping activate heart-centered communication, heart-centered thoughts. It's like the pilgrim was stuck with third grade material, even though they had grown out of it already, and the mystic person came in and was like, hey, here's your actual reading level. It's like Matilda being in first grade but then doing like college level math. It's like you know, obviously Miss Honey had to recognize the fact that Matilda had such a capacity for that she was just really intelligent, and that she needed something that was to her level. And so the pilgrim person sees in the mystic person, oh, this person has wisdom for me. This person has something deeper for me than just an exciting night or a friend. Like, this is just something deep. Like, this is like a, hey buddy, I think I know you. We are cut from the same cloth, even though we may be two different textiles or two different, well, I guess, I don't know if a singular cloth can be two different textiles, but it doesn't really matter because it's a metaphor anyway. Or is it an analogy? People explain to me in the comments all the time what a metaphor versus an analogy is, and I forget every time. So God bless everyone who does. Thank you. You can keep reminding me. I need it. But this is a very beautiful thing where maybe the pilgrim didn't realize that they were yearning for something deeper until they met the mystic. But if they were aware that they were yearning for something deeper before they met the mystic, it was the mystic's presence once they met them that was like, yes, this is what I'm looking for. And I think what's challenging for the pilgrim is, it's like, what is it within this energy that is useful and beneficial for me? And so I think one thing that these two, some of the biggest challenges that these two face is connecting with the energies of this connection and the inner nature of this connection versus societal understandings of how connection should work, of how human relationships should work, the societal constructs around how we engage in our relationships and what's acceptable and what's not. There's just a lot here where both parties have to show up in the world making themselves much smaller and much, they're only showing up in a small way in the world. But for everyone who just thought that these two were just a starfish and a nightingale, the starfish and nightingale realize, oh, we're both wearing similar masks, in the sense that, oh, we're both aware that there's something deeper here, that there's more to this story than we realize. And I don't mean more to this story of like just this connection, but just like in life in general, that there's more going on. There's more underneath the surface than meets the eye. Like, there's so much awareness and wisdom to be had here. And actually, one thing that I think could be challenging is that both parties in this connection could experience a lot of interest and attraction from the outside world, because they could be both physically attractive and both could also be good with their words. They both have alluring energies, and these two remind me of if you've ever seen the episode of South Park where I think it's called The List, and the girls make they rank all the hottest boys in 4th grade, and Kyle's on the bottom of the list, and it really bothers him, and it's like anyway, I'm pretty sure it's the ghost of Abraham Lincoln, kind of comes back and explains to him. He takes him to Clyde's house and looks at Clyde through the window, and you know, Clyde's in there. Clyde got ranked #1 on this list. That's why this is important. So obviously he's like, I am the hottest kid in 4th grade. Like I'm gonna you know, obviously he's getting the most attention. And so Abraham Lincoln explains to Kyle, like, Kyle, listen, because he doesn't have to work for anything, he doesn't really develop himself. And then he shows Kyle one of the quote unquote ugly kids in school that gets really bullied, and he's like practicing piano, and he's really talented at piano, and he's like, you know, he's gonna grow up to be something more because he had to work for it and he has grit, you know, whereas Clyde is gonna have the personality of a wet carrot. And with that being said, I'm gonna spoil the episode, so if you don't want it to be spoiled, I guess skip a couple seconds ahead. But they find out about that list that there's actually corruption, that the girls all put Clyde at the top because Clyde's dad owns a shoe store and they all wanted to get free shoes. And Kyle was only put at the bottom because they had to shift things around in order to make sure Clyde was at the top. So not only was none of what they put out true, but it was a deep state conspiracy where all of the girls were just literally like, oh, we want to get free shoes from Clyde. So there's a lot of lessons in that episode, and it's such a good episode. And so I think that the analogies or the understandings, what I'm trying to get you to understand, the reason I'm using why Spirit gave me this show and these examples in particular is that both of you have had to kind of be shit on and misunderstood and kind of put down and forced into boxes, forced into certain ways of showing up in the world in order to be accepted. And I think there's a realization within both of you that there's more than meets the eye, and that these systems are bullshit. Like the systems that, you know, because like for example, where the pilgrim person might get shit for being a wanderer, and it might be like, oh, when are you gonna settle down? When are you gonna do this or that? You know, the mystic person might get shit because they don't leave the house enough. You know, you really should put yourself out there more, or why don't you come out with us enough, or why don't you do this, or why don't you do that? And it's like, man, both parties here are just trying to honor their true nature and have to deal with flack from the outside world because they don't understand it. And so meeting each other, and maybe it's not an immediate recognition, but at least through the process of getting to know one another, there is the recognition of, wow, okay, you get it the way that I get it. And even if we don't get each other yet, and we don't necessarily get everything, there's a common thread of, you see this bullshit too? Good, I'm glad. So let's talk about how the mystic person experiences this connection. Because while for the pilgrim person, the most powerful way they've experienced this connection is a deeper awakening to their inner mystic, their inner truths, you know, integrating Neptune energy where there's a deepness and richness to the connection. The mystic person gets to see how the universe uses the physical world and their material reality in order to confirm the things that they pick up energetically. So for the mystic person, this connection becomes an activation of their ability to utilize their outside world in order to understand what the universe is trying to tell them. Because the mystic understands, I am one with all creation, and the universe is going to use its creations in order to explain to me what I need to know. The mystic person likely started experiencing a lot of synchronicities right before and when they met the pilgrim person, and likely continues to see many synchronicities related to this connection and this person. And the biggest thing that I want to say about signs, and this is for everyone watching, not just the mystic, when it comes to signs and synchronicities, there's lots of different meanings, and sometimes we can get too caught up in what does it mean. Miley Cyrus, what does it mean? What does it mean? And it's really like, what does it mean to you? Because oftentimes there's not much of a deeper meaning with the synchronicities. It's more so the universe's way of saying, hey, we're confirming that you're on the right path. Keep going. It's almost like getting checkpoint confirmations, if you want to see it that way. But of course, synchronicities can and do have deeper meanings, but those deeper meanings only apply if they resonate as truth to you. So if you have trouble understanding what is a sign and what is confirmation bias, first of all, a sign can be a sign and confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is just a psychological explanation for seeing synchronicities. It's up to you what your interpretation is, but signs are only useful if they encourage you and help give you clarity. If they bring you confusion, doubt, or fear, that's not a sign. That would be a false sign. False signs lead you away from your truth. True signs bring you closer to it. So that's kind of the difference if you're ever struggling and like, is this a sign? Ultimately, it's only a sign if you say it is. There's actually a tarot deck that I have where it talks about, it starts in the Fool card, the Fool looking at a fox and being like, "Hi fox, are you a sign?" And the fox is like, "I don't know, am I a sign?" And it really just goes to show a sign's only a sign if you interpret it to be. But one of the things that we often do as humans is explain away the weird shit that happens to us because there's an explanation for how it happens in the brain. You know, maybe the universe gave us confirmation bias in order to be able to be aware of synchronicities so that we can use them to our benefit in order to lead us closer to our truth. Doesn't have to be that interpretation. You don't have to take that, but it could be. There's so much to this world that I think both parties here are realizing, like, there's so much more to this world than meets the eye. And because there are such limiting beliefs and limited understandings of how we can utilize just the universe and its phenomena to our benefit, it's like both parties, this connection is giving both parties the opportunity to gain more confidence in their own inner truths, to gain more confidence in their abilities to work with the universe and their abilities to serve and live in a way that's deeper and more meaningful than just what's on the surface and what's expected of them. And so for the starfish person with synchronicities, this connection is meant to teach them how to trust the universe, not just from an internal place, but from an external place as well. You know, the mystic person might often, write off the material world or feel like the material world just doesn't understand them and it's just too surface level and people just don't get it. But what the mystic person is meant to learn is that, they're not separate from the universe. They're part of it. And that, in fact, when they engage with the outside world in ways that are meaningful to them, they have the opportunity to see how the universe uses the material world in order to benefit our own growth and evolution. So for both parties here, there was awakening. I think that the mystic person was likely already spiritually awake, but this connection gave them the opportunity to start seeing how fucking weird the universe can get, especially when another person is involved. And for the pilgrim person, the main way they experience this energy is, or the main way they experience this connection is an awakening to, where do I want to serve? What is my deeper purpose here? What is going to satisfy me? What's going to nourish me? This pilgrim person realizes this connection is greater than myself. And I'm realizing I don't want to just explore things that satisfy me on an individual level. I want to explore things that satisfy me on a soul level, that make me feel like I'm dedicating myself to something greater than just my own fun and excitement. So we're going to move forward now and see what each party is learning or meant to learn from this connection. So for the mystic person, we have dissolution, and for the pilgrim person, we have the red and white woes. We have the red and white rose. So this is very indicative of everything I was talking about. So this might sound like me kind of repeating myself a little bit, but bear with me. So for the pilgrim person, this connection was, what this connection is and was meant to do for them was activate them on a physical level so that they can begin their spiritual journey. The pilgrim is someone who understands the spiritual through the physical. So their spiritual awakening needs to start from the root up. This could be very indicative of Kundalini energy, a Kundalini awakening. This is, this is like awakening and integration so that the pilgrim person can start manipulating the physical from a spiritual place, and rather just a place of not necessarily ego, it could be ego, but just whimsy and fancy. This is integrating body and spirit so that the pilgrim can birth their purpose in powerful ways. And actually the red and white rose, holy shit, that is hard to say, has examples like literally birthing a child, or people that play sports, or dancers, people that combine their physicality with their inner truth in order to bring about what the universe needs from them. So you know, for example, like birthing something physically, it's that integration of, you know, oftentimes when you ask someone who's given birth, like, you know, what the experience is, or obviously everyone experiences it differently and has different takes, but a take that I hear all the time, considering I've never given birth so I can't speak from experience, is that while it's really difficult, incredibly painful, and super challenging, I hear from so many people that they would do it, oh, I want to cry, they would do it all over again, because it's like you kind of forget the pain once you have this sweet little baby in your arms, and oh, I'm crying. That's so sweet. But it's like, I feel like for the pilgrim, there's definitely a realization within this connection that it's given them the freedom to act in meaningful ways in the universe and actually contribute something meaningful, so that they don't feel the same guilt and shame about being a wanderer, being a seeker that they once did. This connection is meant to awaken them to their truth and help them integrate, you know, use their physicality in a way that brings about divine wisdom as well. I mean, their lesson here is that they're learning to awaken spiritually and become a fully integrated being that has, you know, balanced chakras, from the earth star chakra to the soul star chakra. You know, they are just fully integrated and balanced so that they can make real progress in the world that is deep and meaningful to them, and that makes them feel not only justified in what they're doing, but validated in that they were right for not listening to the people to the haters. And listen, if you don't have haters, you ain't poppin'. So that's a compliment for the both of you. Anyway, let's talk about what the starfish is learning, because the starfish is essentially learning the opposite lesson, which is disillusion. Because one of the mystic / starfish person's biggest challenges is they're kind of learning to ground the spiritual wisdom and the mysticism within them. One challenge that the mystic person has is believing that the material world inhibits their ability to stay connected to their spiritual truths. You know, one shadow of the mystic can be kind of using spirituality as a form of escapism, and using spirituality as, which I will say, there are so many things we use as escapism, and escapism only becomes a truly unhealthy thing if you're neglecting yourself and shit like that. Like, my watching 90 Day Fiance is like pure escapism, but it's for me, and it's like, I don't know why I need to bring that up. Anyway, like it's just kind of like, I'm not saying like escapism is something you should shame yourself for. It's just something that you should be aware of, because sometimes we do need escape. Sometimes we do just need to, like, you know, kind of put ourselves in a movie, or, you know, watch people make terrible decisions on TV, like for our own enjoyment, or for our own escapism, our pure escapism. We need that sometimes. But I think what the mystic person has a hard time realizing is that the physical world is not a barrier to them. And I feel like the mystic person, one, may have a hard time letting go of things and surrendering to what is, and two, learning how to work with boundaries and barriers and blockages, rather than feeling like they are working against the natural world. The mystic is learning that they're not working against the natural world, they're working with it. And where the mystic might have viewed while the mystic may have understood oneness before this connection, I think this connection is meant to teach the mystic person about how oneness is expressed within the material world, because that's not something that they quite understood before, I think. You know, for the mystic person, they are learning about how to be one with the universe, despite the fact that there are people that are going to misunderstand them. There are going to be obstacles and blockages. There are going to be challenges. There are going to be difficult situations and experiences. But for the mystic person, this is all about surrender. And for a mystic person who understands kind of the deeper metaphysics of the universe, which, I mean, I guess metaphysics just are deep, so I don't need to be deeper, but I don't know. I don't think there's such thing as surface level metaphysics, but for the mystic person, they have this connection is giving them the opportunity to realize that separation is an illusion. So, like, for example, they've always been connected to the pilgrim person on a deep energetic level, and they don't even necessarily need to experience the pilgrim's physical presence in order to feel that connection to their energy and know that there's nothing wrong, there's nothing lost. Like, we're all on the same planet here. And I think one thing that the mystic is meant to realize is to literally dissolve the boundaries and barriers that limit them in their experience, that limit them in their understanding, that make them feel like they need to control situations or quote unquote play God in order to get certain outcomes. It's like a full surrender of trying to make things happen a certain way, trying to control outcomes, trying to be something that they're not. It's a disillusion of what's not real, what's not true, the false sense of self, the things that don't matter to them, like don't truly matter to them. Like, you know, one thing, for example, that I think the mystic is meant to realize through this connection is how much of the way they show up in the world is a curated identity that they've had in order to feel safe, and that when they boldly embrace just who they are and not allow, you know, the lack of approval or the judgment of others to stop them or make them feel small, they can realize how limitless their ability to make a lasting change in the world is. It's giving them the ability to realize that the people that they don't understand, the people that misunderstand them, they are them. Not in like, they are them in the sense that they are just learning different lessons. They're at a different rate. The mystic person is meant to learn that, you know, all of the judgment, the ridicule, the pain that they've experienced from the outside world is not a reflection of who they truly are, but a reflection of where society has been at with the objective energies that the mystic presents. And that's really something that we all experience. Like, a great example of this would be, you know, people who aren't accepted for their sexuality or gender identity. You know, it's not that it's what's wrong with them, it's what's wrong with the society that doesn't allow them to embrace their true being. You know, it's not that there's anything wrong with them, it's what's wrong with society that stops them from embracing their truth. And it's unfortunate because it for the people who are just trying to be who they are, it creates a lot of pain and difficulty and challenges and suffering. And another kind of shadow with spirituality that we humans have is projecting human nature and human shit as an act of God, when in fact it's human. And I guess you could arguably say, since we are all connected and humans are divinity, it kind of is, but it isn't, because humans do have free will. And like, you know, when people say if God is real, then why does war exist? Because humans can't fucking get along and learn how to have conflict resolution. Like, that's kind of the point. It's just realizing a disillusion of the mystic is dissolute. Like, this connection is meant to teach them that so much of their conditioning is just a prison that is stopping them from just embracing their true being. And it's like dissolving the boundaries between themselves and others, and understanding that the pain inflicted upon them is just an expression of the pain rooted in the people sending it in the first place, and recognizing they just don't remember that we're all love. And at the end of the day, they're stuck in their own prisons of beliefs. They're stuck in their own understandings. They're coming from their conditioning. It's like think about it as like the mystic has the newest operating system in existence, and the people around them are coming at them from an operating system that hasn't been updated in decades. And so it's just like, it's not that they're choosing to be cruel inherently. It's just that they don't have awareness of how the way that they operate causes harm and inflicts pain on others. And maybe they do want to inflict pain on others, but anyone who wants to inflict pain on others is in pain themselves, and they may not have awareness of that. But people and their behavior is often a mirror of what's going on inside, and we miss out on that when we make up stories for what those people are saying or doing, when we come up with our own interpretations. The biggest thing that the mystic is learning from this connection is to let go of the stories that keep them trapped, living in a version of themselves that's not aligned with who they truly are. It's teaching them to let go of anything that doesn't work for them, to surrender the fear of not being understood, to surrender the pain that does exist from negativity, and the pain that does exist from being misunderstood, and the pain that does exist from cruelty. And instead of allowing it to consume them, surrendering it to something higher and more loving, so that they can embrace more light and not allow the corruption of other souls to corrupt theirs as well. The mystic is meant to learn how to be with nature, how to be one with nature, but not allow nature to take them from themselves. So this is an incredibly, incredibly powerful and impactful connection for both parties here, because the pilgrim gets the opportunity to both parties here get the opportunity to fully integrate the experience of being, and being in a way that is centered in divinity and in their own truths. And not only that, it's like these two need each other, they need each other not in like a literal like, oh, I need you, like please don't leave me, but like these two have needed one another in order to it's like knowing that for once someone is on your team, even if you two don't always understand each other, even if there is pain, difficulty, conflict, and lack of understanding. This connection is meant to be a microcosm for how the universe interacts with each and every one of us, and how we are a part of the universe, but it's our own illusions of separation, our illusions that we are separate from the outside world, that we are operating on by ourselves. Like I'm getting kind of lost here. I'm lost in the sauce, the channeling sauce. But the point of what I'm trying to say is this is like complete an awakening of truth, and becoming aware of what is not useful, what does not serve them, and removing barriers, activating things within each other that have always been there, but just needed to literally like be activated by the other. Because the thing is that it's like these two aren't even, there are a lot of lessons happening here, but the difference between like these two just picking up on what they're learning from the other, it's like the pure energy of these two souls interacting with one another activates aspects of themselves that they wouldn't have access to otherwise, because they were meant to access these activations through one another. This connection is meant to show these two the magic of the universe, and that there is so much more than meets the eye to how we as a society interpret relationships, interpret what is happening with the universe. Like religion in of itself is just a man-made interpretation of what we think God or the universe or spirit is. And so much of how we operate and exist in the world is just conditioning and everyone in of itself just trying to work together and understand. Point blank, there's a lot of cruelness and suffering and difficulty in the world, but there's a lot of beauty and love as well. And oftentimes, if we have a certain perception, whatever we see is going to be reflected back to us. That is an excellent example of confirmation bias, where if you believe the world is inherently cruel and evil, you are going to see examples of how the world is inherently cruel and evil. And if you believe that the universe is inherently good and loving, you're going to see examples of that in your everyday reality. Doesn't mean you'll always adhere to that. I mean, life is difficult. No human leaves this earth unscathed, and it is challenging. Like, we cannot expect that things are just going to be sunshines and rainbows in the world, because first of all, in the words of Michael Kelso, well, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather. And two, I didn't even say number one. I think I just pointed to one. But really the point of this is just, this connection is meant to make you realize that nothing you thought was real, and the things that are truly real are often the things that we have to experience on a personal level, are things we have to humble ourselves and surrender our preconceived notions and what we've been taught in order to see what this energy and what these experiences are teaching us, and how we can utilize those teachings in order to self-actualize and serve ourselves and humanity in ways that is mutually satisfying. Anything that has a signature of divinity on it, a win-win outcome is often a signature of something by the divine. And this is an example of where these two and this connection is a win-win outcome. Like, and I'm actually, this might be kind of controversial, but I don't give a fuck because it's my channel. So this is I would say for a lot of you, this is a divine counterpart situation. And there are a lot of it's important to remember that it is very easy for us to project our desires and what we think a divine counterpart should be, or what we think should happen. Especially, there's a lot of romantic distortions I think that we have, or romantic expectations of how we think things should be. And you know, even just in society, like there's tons of dating standards and things like that. Like, oh, you gotta play it cool, or you can't sleep with him on the first date, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. And it's just like they sound as dumb as Patrick, because it is as dumb as Patrick. Like, but Patrick also has a lot of wisdom, because he doesn't give a fuck and he just does what he wants. He's smart because he doesn't really pick up on, he doesn't care as much. It's like his lack of cognitive function gives him the ability to just be. And that's the thing, like some of the smartest people in the world are the biggest idiots on this planet, because they don't know how to utilize things outside of their mental body. You know, our body has wisdom to share with us. Our emotions have wisdom to share with us. Our brain has wisdom to share with us too, but the universe has wisdom to share with us. And the universe is constantly explaining itself to us. The universe is constantly showing us what it is and what its truth is. And it's up to our interpretations and the stories we tell ourselves and the ways that we look at things that really make or break what the universe is trying to communicate. And one thing, especially as humans, is we assume that communication can only happen on a spoken or verbal level, but that's just not the case, is it? You know, there are so many forms of communication. Like eye contact can communicate so much. Body language can communicate so much. Vibes can communicate so much. There's so much happening, and when we are only keyed in to certain ways of being and perceiving the world, we miss out on so much because we're so focused on one detail. It's like missing the forest for the trees. So that was kind of a long-winded explanation, but essentially what you both are meant to learn from each other is that you are nothing and everything, and that you both are always connected, that you both matter so much, and that you have a deeper purpose here, but also that not everyone is going to understand that purpose. Not everyone is going to understand you. So when you do find those people who understand you, fucking hold on to it and cherish it. You know, don't let the minute bullshit, these societal expectations, the ideas of just writing people off or you know, pushing people away just because we're afraid of getting hurt. It's that realization of we are always just reflecting we're reflecting and the universe is reflecting back to us, and it's all reflection, and we're all learning, we're all growing. And I think what this really is for these two divine counterparts is the recognition that this is a soul journey with one another, and that journey may not always include, you know, physical interaction on the 3D, and that's okay. And I think, you know, one of the challenges that may have existed within this connection is the what's the best way of putting this, the societal expectations that we have on certain connections, especially if they are romantic. And I think one of the most challenging things that these two are having to learn is, like, I think the mystic person has had to dissolve a lot of their expectations around what a satisfying relationship for them looks like, and what is truly a desire of the heart versus a desire of the ego. What is a desire for their control, and what is their capacity and willingness to just flow and see what could be. Because this is so much more than just, oh, you two are gonna fall in love and like kiss all the time. It's like, no, these are two, like, you know, amazing souls that are here to have a mission and a journey, and there's no one outcome. Like, whatever happens in this connection is up to these two individuals' free will. And there is no, this must happen this way, unless it's divinely ordained to happen. But at the same time, there's also free will in it. The divine is also so paradoxical as well. Like, this and that are true, and you'll find that readers contradict themselves in their readings a lot, because the divine is just one big giant fucking paradox. Like, life in the universe is just one big paradox, and these two are paradoxical in so many different ways. You know, it's like they're both learning the same lessons, just coming at it in different ways. It's like, it's literally the universe giving you both the opportunity to learn in the way that is going to work best for you if you honor what is true to you and what is real. But I feel like for each person that picked this pile, whatever your understanding or experience of this connection is, it is ultimately meant to serve you. It is meant to serve your soul's growth and your soul's empowerment. You know, this connection is so much less about the connection and so much more about what the connection can do to empower the both of you and help the both of you navigate the universe with more ease and less fear, more love and less uncertainty. You know, there are so many people still so lost and trapped in their own prisons of fear that they can't see that there's a way to live with love. And this connection is meant to show you that you came from unconditional love, and that is where you will one day return. And to know that this unconditional love and its expressions of it happen in many different ways, but when we integrate it towards ourselves, it helps us look at the world in a more unconditionally loving way, operate in the world in a more unconditionally loving way. That doesn't mean that we unconditionally love every single being. Like, I'm sorry, but if you come into my comments section and leave me some fucking bullshit, I'm not gonna be like, oh, bless them. I'm just gonna be like, you're dumb, block. Like, and that's a judgment. That's my ego being like, I think you're dumb. I think your take is wrong. Like, but, you know, that might be the unconditionally loving thing to do for myself, because I don't need to entertain negativity and allow someone else's pain and chaos to affect my good vibes. You know what I mean? And so much of this connection is also meant to teach you both what is in your control and what is not, so that you can focus more on what you can control and release what you can't, so that what you can't control doesn't haunt and weigh on you like it does for so many people. This connection is meant to help you both surrender to what is instead of trying to force what you want to be, learning to embrace and trust the universal journey rather than trying to make it happen in the way that you want to, because the way that you want to is not the way that you necessarily need to experience things. The divine knows more than you do. As a reader, like, when I say I'm channeling, this information comes through me, not from me. When I leave this table, I'm just as much of a dumbass as you. Like, I literally, just me talking about, like, oh yeah, if someone leaves me a negative comment, like, yeah, you're fucking stupid, like, block. Like, that's me, my human experience, and how my human ego is dealing with the reflections of the outside world and the negativity that it serves me. You know, that person leaving the negative comment, they are serving me, even if they don't realize it. They are teaching me how to withstand negativity that's always going to exist. Negativity always has a way of finding itself. You know, there's a lot more darkness than there is light. And when you put light into the darkness, you know, obviously that's what it's gonna stand out in all of that darkness, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But the point of that is I could either say, well, screw this, I'm just tired of people being mean to me, which I have many times, because it's hard, you know, it's hard when someone's mean to you. Like, that's a human experience, and I have to validate that. But at the same time, I don't have to let it be something that stops me, because it would be fucking ridiculous for me not to do this stuff. Like the one thing that means so much to me, that I'm so grateful for, because of some fucking shitheads that don't understand the beauty of it. You know, that's not my problem. Like, and so this connection is meant to help you recognize that your stories and how you interpret and perceive the world don't have to be the truth, and that so like everything we experience serves us, even though we might not necessarily need things in that way. Sometimes our own human free will creates lessons that are more difficult than we could have needed. You know, how many times do you choose to do something based off of intuition, or your intuition tells you to do something and you ignore it because you don't have enough evidence in the physical, and the evidence in the physical comes later and you're like, oh shit, I should have trusted my intuition all along. It's that the divine will show you. Like, when you chose to ignore what your intuition was telling you, the divine gave you the opportunity to see why your intuition was right. And so those lessons sometimes are hard, and we don't even realize how the divine is trying to save us from our own mistakes if we would listen to the wisdom given to us, if we would listen to what our bodies, what our emotions, what our intuitions are trying to tell us, we could save ourselves from difficult lessons. But if we can't listen to that, if we don't want to listen to that, then the divine's going to show us what happens when we don't. Like, and it's not a punishment. You know, the interpretation of karma as a punishment is, you know, another human distortion. And oftentimes I think people who have experienced, you know, abuse or abusive, just experience abuse period, you know, have a hard time seeing how abuse is not their fault, but not everyone is inherently abusive, and the universe isn't abusive. The universe never wants to abuse you. Abuse comes from a place of wanting power over another, from not respecting another, from not, okay, I don't need to go into a whole thing about abuse, but the point of what I'm trying to say is that obviously abuse can shape you. It can really harm and alter your worldview. It fundamentally changes you as a human being, but that doesn't mean it needs to corrupt you as a human being. And we may need to look at things from a place of distortion and corruption in order to see things from a place of truth. The point of what I'm trying to say is that everything serves. Our whole experience serves. You were made absolutely perfectly the way you were meant to. The biggest challenge in life is navigating the obstacles that want to stop you from being your authentic self, from being what is real to you. And you have to understand that there are so many people living lies right now that don't even know that living from a place of love is an option. You know, it's hard, like, for people who haven't been shown unconditional love, it's really hard to figure out that exists unless you're open to it and you have the experiences that lead you to it. You know, if you stay stuck from a place, which I don't want to, like, anyone has the ability to learn and understand unconditional love, but it's going to be a lot more challenging, and to understand how it works and to utilize that energy in a way that's not distorted by our own expectations, fears, shit like that. You know, if that hasn't been modeled to you, it is more challenging to discover that. But that doesn't mean that the divine was taking away your right to love, or that the divine didn't love you. Like, life is challenging, and unfortunately humans don't understand the universe's love for us, and often we interpret how many people say I love you, but they have no clue what love is? How many people say that they're doing, abusers, oftentimes, you know, abusers in abusive relationships will say that they're doing what they're doing from a place of love, that they're doing what they're doing because, but they love you, and that they did it because they love you. Abuse is not love, period. And there are so many people doing abusive, harmful things in the world from a place of self-righteousness, from a place of believing they're doing the right thing, from a place of thinking that they're doing what they need to do. But that's not the case, because they're not acting from a place of love, even if they think they are. And there's so many of us that don't even understand what true unconditional love looks like, because that hasn't been modeled to us. And so it's only natural and understandable that we're going to make assumptions and place assumptions on the universe and what unconditional love looks like and how that's going to serve us, because until we have seen it modeled differently, it's much harder to believe it. So this is meant to teach you that so much of your reality has just been your perception and the illusions fed to you by other people's distorted perceptions as well. And the understanding that everybody's kind of just doing the best that they can. And unfortunately, not everyone's going to have your best interests at heart. Unfortunately, life is painful and difficult. There is pain and suffering in the world. And that is why we need so much love, and why love is so important. Because right now, billions of us are running around in these distortions that we're separate from everyone else, that we are trapped, that we are fucked, that we are, you know, the belief of nihilism. Like, that's a huge one. Like, anyway, I'm getting off on fucking tangents. I'm guessing that y'all needed to hear all this stuff if I'm talking about it so deeply. But essentially, this connection is a microcosm for the greater universe at large, and every single thing and experience within this connection serves and has a purpose. And yeah, this is all from a place of love. So let's go ahead and see, why did you two meet each other? Oh my god, how an hour 14 and we haven't gotten to the tarot. That's some iconic shit right there. Okay, so why did you two meet each other? And we have Chiron. So to heal, to use your pain as a way to bring healing and truth in the world. I'm actually feeling really called to just read what Chiron says, because I think it will be beneficial to you. I'm actually hearing like there's one specific part, so I'm just gonna. Okay, so Chiron, wounds, teachings, paradoxes. Chiron is a cosmic enigma. In Greek mythology, he is said to be the rejected son of Saturn, who through the pain of abandonment becomes a great teacher and healer. Such is the paradoxical nature of this minor planet. It demonstrates that our pain is a great resource. It will guide us to our deepest purpose if we are able to observe it slowly, gently, and with support. When the Chiron card appears, you know that you are being called to deepen the work, to delve into tender parts of yourself that require patience and forgiveness. Victim mentality will get you nowhere. Your past blaming. It's time to let your painful experiences serve as a beacon of light to others. Chiron reminds us of where we have been and where that allows us to go. And so this is, I'm actually hearing the Justin Bieber song Lifetime, which like it is like a song that literally makes me cry every time I hear it. And I feel like it really rings true for this connection. I mean, you both are meant to use not only the pain that you experience from this connection, but the pain that you've experienced in your own lives in order to heal yourself, and in turn help show others how to heal as well. This is helping bring you closer to yourself and heal the deepest and darkest wounds within you, and heal the deepest and most challenging, painful experiences, and sharing that experience with someone in a special way where you truly see one another and you honor one another and you honor one another's pain, you understand one another's pain, and you don't let one another's pain be your job to solve, but rather as a recognition of opportunity for empowerment for one another. I really think that this is actually kind of a random download, but oh, that's not 9, it's 11. I was viewing that as 9 because I am a product of the US education system, and Roman numerals weren't a huge part of it, but this is actually number 11. But 9/11 is the call of the light worker. And oh my God, I'm gonna upload this on 9/11 because it's the 10th right now. Anyway, I definitely think that you both are meant to be light workers, to bring light into the world and to be human examples of what divinity as a human being looks like. You know, another shadow of spirituality is this idea that in order to become spiritual, we must reject our human nature. You wouldn't have been a human if you were meant to be something other than human. Your spirituality is not separate from our human nature, and that is an illusion and a distortion that spiritual people can have, where they think that they are separate from humanity, that they are separate, that they are meant to reject their humanity and reject that. Enlightenment, okay, so there's a quote that literally says, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Not much really changes. It's just the way in which we perceive things that change. And enlightenment is not this magical, well, it can be incredibly magical, but enlightenment is something that happens every day, and it's something that happens slowly but surely. And it's like there's more awareness happens every day, more learning happens every day, and really all enlightening is the ability to look at things with more light, to see things from a place of more light, and to not reject the darkness or anything else. We live in a dual world where, you know, there is just as much light as there is dark. Like, there is also pain and suffering the same way there is, you know, light and love. And rather than rejecting either, recognizing that one can't exist without the other. And we can't really, we are just silly little humans. We can't understand the universe's grander plan for everything, but what we can understand is that we don't have to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. We don't have to carry our pain alone. And in fact, one of the most empowering things that we can do is give up our pain to something greater than us and say, please help me with this, please, because there is the universe and the divine beings that serve us with unconditional love, there is no matter that is too small for them. You know, they are here to serve us, because they serve us so that we can serve, like, it's mutual. We co-create with the universe. The universe needs us because we are the divine physical instruments that are able to create a difference on the material plane, you know, and then spirit is kind of working in the background, kind of like a non super fucked up way of being like a game maker from the Hunger Games. It's like the Hunger Games was created in the physical world, and it's like they're trying to realize that the Hunger Games is actually an illusion, and that the spirit loves all of us. We're not all God's children, we're God's child. Like, humanity is one, and humanity is one with everything on the fucking planet. Like, the planet itself is one. Like, and essentially the reason you met one another is to meet your deepest selves and free yourselves from the pain that stops you from living your truth, and to free yourselves from what holds you back. And I'm gonna get into the tarot now, because if I don't stop here, I'm just gonna keep going, because man, I love talking about shit like this. And I understand now why I had to wait a few days to film this last pile, because y'all clearly had a lot of information that you needed to know, and I hope that this is helpful. I hope that this serves you. So all I'm gonna do now is just ask what you need to know about this connection. And it's kind of funny because I keep forgetting that like I said, this connection is a microcosm for just how we interact with the universe. And it's like this connection, you and this person are just the most divine mirrors of one another. Like, it's essentially like the growth never ends with you two, unless you ever feel like it does and you feel like you've learned all you can from one another. But this is a connection where, you know, oftentimes when you outgrow someone, you can kind of feel it, but there's always more growth here. There's always more to heal. Like, you two are the ones that can help teach each other peace and love, with peace and love. So, okay. Pile 4 is spiritual team. What does pile 4 need to know about this connection at this, yeah, the lovers, divine counterparts. And you know, the lovers is also about a choice. We'll get into it. What else, Spirit? We have the High Priestess, the Ten of Swords. Back of the deck is the Knight of Swords. This connection is meant to help you see how much more there is than meets the eye. To be able to see, to be able to use your intuition as a portal to see truth rather than the illusions that our own two eyes show us. I actually think the fact that humans are so visual is actually an impairment in a lot of ways than it is helpful, because we rely on our eyes and our sight so much. There's so much that we miss out on because we're looking at things visually rather than feeling into things or things like that. But I mean, with the Lovers here, this is a very, very special connection. And this connection is meant to, no matter what the outcome of this connection is in this lifetime, this connection transcends this lifetime. And anything that happens, like, you have to think of your life on Earth as just a trip to Earth school for soul training. And this connection is showing you that love is so much more, is not only a feeling, but it's also a choice. Because when we feel deep, authentic love, whether it's, from the divine or from our parents, from our pets, from our loved ones, sometimes we don't like our loved ones, or we don't like things that our loved ones do, or sometimes we fall out of that energy of love because there's so much that doesn't resonate with that energy of love. But I feel like you need to know that this soul in your life is someone who will always hold your hand, even if that's not happening in the physical. Because one of the things here is that with connections like this, they can be incredibly triggering and challenging. And what your guides want you to understand is that there's always a different way of looking at things, and to be so careful about the conclusions that you jump to, but also pay attention to the conclusions that you jump to, because the conclusions that you jump to are the exact things, are all opportunities for you to see where you're distorting objective reality to serve what your perception is. It teaches you about your own perception, and how does that perception help you? Your perception doesn't have to be objective reality. Arguably, none of us can experience objective reality because we're all experiencing it through our subjective perception. And because of that, this Knight of Swords energy is meant to get you to understand how your reality impacts your ability to live in love, how your interpretation of things allows you to come from a heart-centered place and lead from a place of truth. With this High Priestess card here, the secrets of the universe are yours to access, and you have such a powerful intuition, and you know so much more about this connection than you realize. You know so much more about these truths than you realize. And this is so much more about trusting your intuition and not looking at how things are at face value, but instead going within, but not only going within, but just trusting what your inner guidance is telling you, even if it's not reflecting your outer reality. With the Ten of Swords here, your guidance team is asking you to let go of the stories and perceptions you told yourself about this connection, the stories and perceptions that you've told yourself about pain that's been inflicted on you, and to instead recognize that you can always write a new narrative and that you can always look at things from a different way. The Ten of Swords here, I think that this is a sign for a lot of you that a lot of more painful cycles are ending, and there's a lot of healing happening in the mental body. The Lovers is Gemini energy, and the Lovers is also representative of divine counterparts, and the number 6 is the number of unconditional love. It is such a beautiful energy, and I feel like one thing that you need to know is that with this hand here, I do feel like the divine is going to be giving you material signs and synchronicities. The more signs and synchronicities you see on your journey, the more of a sign that you're living in alignment with what feels right to you. And I think one thing that you need to know is that you're not meant to make decisions from a place of should or fear. It's what feels good, what uplifts you, what is most loving for you, what is most loving for everyone. Because truthfully, we were all created the way we were created because because the version of us that exists now, it was needed. everything in this, I don't care if your parents said that you were an accident. You weren't an accident. You were here. You were meant to come here for a reason, you know? I remember when I was going through my dark night of the soul, which was most of my adolescence to maybe a year or two ago. That experience, you know, I forgot the point of what I was saying. I feel like what you need to know is that dark nights of the soul are just, they're just an experience, and the interpretations of our pain, the interpretations of our darkness can create so much more pain and block us from our ability to look at things from a more objective perspective, to look at things from a more heart-centered perspective. And when we end the illusions that we have around our pain, and instead allow us, and when we acknowledge our pain and acknowledge what we're experiencing, but also recognize that our pain is not an acknowledgement of our worth, and that our interpretation of our pain is so much dependent on how our interpretation of pain can either help heal us or help hurt us further. And I think one thing that the divine wants you to know is that you know so much more about this in your heart than you realize. Your heart is guiding you exactly where you need to go, and that you cannot expect anything in this situation to happen in a linear way, because the divine doesn't work and operate in a linear way. Linear time and space is how we experience things in our 3D reality, but that is not how it is in actuality, especially not for the divine. The divine is always helping us and creating detours and working with us, because the divine is we're co-creating. Like, we are not separate from the divine. And the more of the divinity and the lessons of unconditional love and the things that our divine teachers teach us, the more we're able to integrate those lessons, the more that we can be living expressions of divinity. You know, living expressions of divinity are not people saying, I am the savior or something like that. It's your recognition of, you are choosing to live from a place of divinely loving consciousness and uphold that divinely loving consciousness, so that it feeds your soul and it helps light up truth, wisdom, and awareness for others as well. You know so much more than you realize, and you're really just being encouraged to let go of the limiting beliefs that your mind has, and the ways that your mind dismisses the powerful experiences that you can't quite explain, because there's so many things that we can't explain. And, you know, science is so much of an explanation of how, and the beautiful thing is that we all have the opportunity to interpret why, and our whys can either help us or hinder us. And science can also kind of look at why, but why is often an interpretation. And, you know, like one illusion, you know who two lovers that I think should get together? Science and objective spirituality that is not limited by human belief, because they should be working together. You know, the more we understand how the natural universe works, the more we can work with it, and instead of working against it. The more that we can understand why things are out of balance or shit like that. Like, just everything serves a purpose. Everything in existence serves a purpose. Nothing is out of place. You are here for a reason. This connection exists for a reason. You came to this reading for a reason. This was all meant to happen for a reason. And yeah. Your lifetime, I just got the Justin Bieber song was coming back, because there's this phrase that's, some people bring us a million blessings, some people teach us a million lessons. All that I've learned, it wasn't my turn, it wasn't the right time. Some people come in our life for a reason, others, they come in our life for a season, but baby, you're a lifetime. And while I do see how that could be something that you experience together, it's also just the realization of, like, the divine is not leaving you. Yes, being on earth is painful and hard, and none of us leave unscathed. We all have a Chiron placement, and I'd actually really encourage you to look at what your Chiron is, because that is where your deepest wounds exist in this incarnation, and you have the opportunity for the most powerful healing with it. So, and actually, K Moon, one of my lovely, dear, amazing friends who is also an astrologer, has this beautiful video about Chiron and how we can heal our Chiron. So I will link that down below if I remember. And if I forget, somebody please comment that I forgot so that I can link it. But let's go ahead now and finish this off with some advice, because holy moly, this is running. Because speaking of K-Moon, I'm supposed to be on Zoom with her. And I was like, can you just wait like an hour? I just like need to film. And I think Spirit was laughing. They were like, oh, baby, you're going to be here for a little longer than an hour, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, so we're just going to finish off with some final advice from 2 different decks and leave it at that. I literally wanted to come back in with something more light, but I see the universe was like, that's cute, Aso. You know we keep you for the heavy-hitting messages. Okay, Spirit, what does pile 4 need to surrender in this connection and in general in order to lead them closer to their truth? Yeah, boy. Open to the fully loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Yeah. That. Yes, surrender to your full power. Your life is calling for you to step into your full power rather than playing it small. And surrender your fear of intimacy. You are ready to let love in, compassionately identify and begin to release any patterns that stop you from opening your heart. And I need to stress that this is not just intimacy with a human being. This is intimacy with the divine, with your own divinity. When it says you are ready to let love in, letting love in is not just from a romantic perspective. It's so much deeper than that. You know, a truly deep, intimate connection with the divine is more satisfying than any human connection in existence. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender, procrastination. Now is the time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract success. So now I am just going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some positive guidance cards. So, Spirit, what positive guidance do you have for pile 4 moving forward? What do they need to know? Yee! Congratulations! Something exciting is coming and you deserve it. Maybe it's the recognition of how fucking awesome you are. I hope it is. We have divine timing. Everything will make sense soon. Trust that the timing of your life is being taken care of by angels and the universe. And I say this all the time about divine timing. Divine timing is not a date on the calendar. Like I said, the universe does not exist in a linear way that is based on the way we perceive time and space. Divine timing is created in every moment, and it's created with what our actions do in the present. So if you want life to speed up, start taking action towards what you know you need to take action towards, because your procrastination actually slows things down, if that makes sense. But we also have focused. Remain completely focused on exactly what you want. The best is yet to come. And we also have wealth. Money is on its way to you. Think thoughts of abundance. And on the back of the deck, we have friendship. You're an incredible friend. You're a valued joy. You're an incredible friend. You're valued and a joy to be around. And we also have don't sweat the small stuff. Don't waste your precious energy worrying about the small things. Refocus your thoughts towards love, abundance, and tranquility. Okay, pile 4. So I think that's where I'm going to leave your reading. I would really appreciate everyone who did make it through this reading. Definitely let me know, because I hope it was beneficial. I really let Jesus take the wheel with this one. I was just like, okay, the divine, y'all just do what you need to do. But I don't think that there was a message out of place. So I hope that this was useful and beneficial to you. So if you guys appreciated this message, and you would like to exchange energy with me in return, I would be so grateful for it. And the ways in which you can do that is liking this video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates. But seriously, just liking the video is so helpful. Subscribing if you haven't already, and clicking on notifications, because sometimes you might miss miss the videos in your subscription box. Not only that though, letting my ads play in the background while you do something else not only can give you time to integrate what I'm channeling and what you're meant to be aware of, but also it helps me. So it's like a win-win. Like if you just do something for a couple minutes while the ads play, or get YouTube Premium and don't worry about ads and watch me ad free. I will say YouTube Premium is the best investment I've ever made. But that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for supporting me. Any other ways that you can support me that I guess are monetary is you can check out my merch, which is linked below. You can leave me tips if you want to. Or you can check out my social media, which that is actually free. But it's not free if you get harassed by scammers pretending to be me that are saying I offer personal readings. I don't offer personal readings because I'm doing this shit, and this shit takes a lot of energy. And it's honestly just more effective for me to channel collectively than it is. Like, could you imagine if I had to give this message to every single one of you that picked pile 4? That's not very effective. So, you know, obviously for me, the divine's like, no, you need to channel collectively so that everybody that needs to get this message will get this message, and it will take much less of your energy. But I didn't need to explain myself there, but I did anyway. Yeah, okay. I really deeply fucked this outro, but you know what? That's okay. So pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I really hope that this helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!